Hey guys, Tyler, we're back. I had to reset the computer to 6 o'clock. Sorry, I have OCD, so I have like people say I have like OCD or something. Like I like having it at a certain time, but it makes it easier on me. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We might be on for maybe 6 hours or a little longer than 6 hours. I'm not sure how long we're actually be on for. It's 6 o'clock right now here on the East Coast. The storm's going to come around 8:30 ish. Right now it's 6 o'clock, so we're gonna continue our weather thing. Long as the weather haven't started squealing, we're not gonna be doing weather stuff right now at this point. But we are gonna stay on until we lose power. Like I said earlier, like part one, we're gonna stay on until we lose power or something else happens. But we're staying on until we lose power. I'm not going anywhere, guys. Maybe get water, go to the bathroom, but I'm keeping the stream on until we lose power. Then if I have to, I will switch to my cell phone. My cell phone has a full battery. I just checked it before we came in here. I just charged it up. I have a full battery, so we're good. I have two cameras we can use. I have two camcorders I can use, and I have a GoPro I can use if I have to. It's going to happen around 8 o'clock tonight, 8:30 tonight, to 9 o'clock tonight, Eastern Time. At this time of this recording, Chicago is under a tornado watch until further notice. They're going to be on a tornado watch until midnight their time, which is 1 o'clock, 1 a.m. my time. So we'll see what happens because one station saying now between 6 to midnight, another station said 7 to midnight. I don't know which one to believe. One said 8 said 6 to midnight, and 17 said 17 to midnight. The thing is, though, 17 or 8 are both from based in Grand Rapids. 3's based. I have not seen 3 yet. 3's based in Kalamazoo. If Mr. Interpretations come on, we might watch them, might not. I prefer watching a local television affiliate. So right now we are dark outside, but there is no rain right now. So we'll see what happens. Right now, the light stuff's happening right now. More extreme stuff will be happening later on tonight, around 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock at night, our time. At this time right now, nothing's right now in our area. Right now, Illinois, Iowa, Missouri are getting pounded right now at this time. Before we start recording, I was watching Ryan Hall. I might go back to Ryan Hall in a little bit, but right now I'm just going to relax and watch some stuff here. But yeah, we'll be on if we can. We'll stay on as long as we can. We'll stay on until we lose power.
Hey, Jay. Check it out. Look at you, homie. I'm Fomer now. I'm Fomer Simpson. How you doing? So we're gonna put you on the sphere, and you're gonna be the Homer, are you? No, I will not. You are not allowed to touch this ever again. You're filthy.
So yeah, guys, we're gonna stay on until we lose power.
This kind of work.
Now, you guys want to know why I reset it for is because I am a person that likes it being on the dot. So I started again at 6 o'clock on the dot. We're staying on until further notice. Like I said, we're staying on until we lose power. We might be on for 6 hours straight. So we'll see what happens.
Brings me right back to the sense memory of being the mid-90s working in commercial special effects. It was just like this. Super short timelines, tight budgets, and when we needed something carved out of foam, we didn't have time to find someone who was an expert in foam carving. We just had to figure that stuff out for ourselves, job by job, piece by piece. It's been 20 years, I'm still doing the same thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Doesn't look like much, but that's going to be Homer soon.
A series of cylindrical discs glued together form the tapered shape.
Yeah!
The human-like mass and density will come later. For now, Adam's immersed in his art.
You know exactly what it feels like to be Michelangelo. I mean, not exactly, but just a little bit. If he carved in foam, he made cartoon characters. This is what we call a shop shower.
Next, the arms are attached to shoulder joints. And the legs are measured, cut, and positioned on the posterior.
That's it, ladies and gentlemen.
And with those foam pieces of the puzzle in place,
Right, I'm pretty happy with that. It's looking a lot like Homer.
Adam heads out for help with Homer's head.
This is the center of what used to be Industrial Light Magic. And behind that blue door is legendary machinist Merritt Cheney, who built armatures for the stop-motion films Nightmare Before Christmas and a million other movies, and he is going to help us get Homer's head screwed on right. So, Merritt, how's this going to work?
So we've taken your model of Homer's head, I've converted it into a machinable file, and I've cut it up into like 8 chunks.
That is cool.
And they all fit together kind of like a 3-dimensional puzzle.
And that 8-piece puzzle will form a central cavity. And
Old wrecking ball. I've got to make my own. In the cartoon,
ironically large cranium.
So there you go. That is mold block number 1, comprising the bottom left side of Homer's face, the front part. That's number 1 of 8.
While Adam waits for all 8, the Heineman has been concocting an ingenious plan.
in the cartoon, Homer appears to be on a wrecking ball that's about as tall as he is. And because it's so much larger than our real-world wrecking ball, I've got to make my own. And that's not exactly an easy task. But I've got an idea. Easy as pie.
The task at hand is to build a custom wrecking ball the same dimensions as the one in the clip, but weighing in at a realistic 5,000 pounds.
So you're starting to get the picture?
It's a unique manufacturing assignment the Heineman is tackling in his own unique way.
There are a lot of different ways of making a big, heavy ball. But the quickest and easiest way I know of to do it would be with steel-reinforced concrete. Now, to do that, you need a mold. And I've come up with an idea of creating what amounts to a hemispherical shaped auger that I can chuck onto the back of some earth moving equipment and dig 2 hemispherical holes right in the ground.
It looks like it might sort of just make it.
We pour our concrete in there around a steel armature, let it cure, put them together, and you got a ball. One big ass heavy ball.
Yep, to make 2 hemispherical molds
It's working!
for the 2 halves of the concrete wrecking ball,
That's what I'm talking about.
Jamie's designed and constructed a one-of-a-kind tool.
This is working great! Next!
The rig didn't break. It's made of nice, symmetrical half sphere. It's clearly solid enough to have concrete poured in it. It's perfect, which is what's going to happen pretty much next.
Oh, look at that.
The steel armature, made back in the shop, will provide structure for the concrete half shells. And you could say the Heineman is happy.
This is working exactly like I had in mind.
Normally, if you want to make a big sphere like this, you'd start off with a big chunk of foam, you'd carve it into a sphere. Our little hose are perfect. You'd put fiberglass over it, and then you'd make another mold of the interior cavity, and take several people pretty much all week long just to accomplish this. Instead of doing that, we just dug a hole. I'm just saying.
Reshaped and edged with matching seams, phase 1 of Jamie's big ball is complete.
Now that has to sit for about a week and a half, and then we're going to pull that one out, turn it upside down, and put it on top of this one. And we'll bond the 2 things together, and we've got a wrecking ball.
With 2 weeks before Jamie can wreak wrecking ball havoc, it's back to the shop for part 2 of this Springfield spectacular.
So what's next?
Toilet bomb. Al, you want to do the honors?
Thank you. Well, in one of the early episodes of The Simpsons, Bart flushes a cherry bomb down the toilet. And immediately sends geysers of water shooting out of every toilet on the block.
So explosives and toilets. I'm thinking we should start small scale.
I totally agree. I am licensed to drive this. Oh, whoop.
The scale we've chosen is not that small, it's 50%. And the reason for that is that water doesn't scale well. If we double the size of the pipes the water is in, we're more than doubling the water's volume. And the physical behavior of the water also changes a lot more. So that's why we're limiting our scale reduction to 50%.
I have to stick the tongue out, otherwise it doesn't work. The myth is that an explosion will travel through a plumbing system, causing multiple geysers out of the toilets. That's the goal, and that's where the magic happens. And to test that, we're going to do 3 things. Number 1, I'm going to make 3 transparent working toilets so we can really see what happens when things go boom. Number 2, I'm going to connect them with an accurate waste disposal system.
2 more like that, if we're good to go.
And finally, we're going to be introducing a cherry bomb-like explosion into that system, and, well, then we're going to see what we see.
Recreating Springfield Elementary's plumbing system sounds elementary,
Melting my brain.
but it's anything but.
I'm trying to work out how to do this, and because I'm molding it, effectively I have to think upside down and backwards. So the negative space here, you see, I'm going to fill with stone plaster. So that when the stone plaster sets, I'll pull out all the bead foam, and I'll be left with a toilet negative, the front to which I will mount a piece of acrylic. Excellent. So that we can see what's happening in the toilet. It's going to be freaking awesome.
And after the plaster is set, the negative space will.
Most form. No. No. Yeah, that's something. Okay. Yeah, it's raining a little bit, but there's no warning right now. It's just raining a little bit right now. Let's check the radar real quick here. I don't remember. Was it pH or was it something else? So yeah. Okay, light rain right now. Nothing extreme right now. I was gonna look up something real quick here. I think it was called a car. I think it's a car. I don't remember.
Jack Links thinks protein shouldn't be a science experiment.
I think so.
From 3 simple ingredients. New Jack Links air dry.
Let's see what we got to look real quick here. Make sure I've seen everything until tomorrow. Maybe we'll watch tomorrow.
Real simple.
Yeah, I gotta watch this tomorrow.
Molds are removed.
Okay, 1,
Let's see what else we got. We missed.
2. Number 2, get it? Because in the
Shit. Okay, Noah.
And once they're cleaned up and dried out,
a little bit of it happened.
Adam mounts them and seals the system with a transparent sheet of half-inch acrylic.
I get excited about it, experimental rain. There we go. She is a freestanding toilet sculpture. I think it's time to flush a toilet. I want to watch one of these work right now. Now, right here, this is where the important part of the functionality of a toilet is about to happen. We think of toilets as like there's water and it's water all the way down, but it's not. Toilet systems are mostly air, and here's how it works. If you put more liquid in the system than it can handle, it just spills over here. Now, if I flush this toilet by putting more water in, check out what happens. That works just like a toilet!
but that's only half the story.
Now that the toilets are finished and actually working, it's time to plumb them into a system. So land. Okay. See, the toilets
You see what FreeBX had.
would have all been connected to a central set of pipes. That's what I'm about to build. In scale. So here we go. You're supposed to cut.
The plumbing beneath the bowls is crucial.
Good.
To accurately model the pressure wave effects of Bart's bomb, it has to be set up just like a 3-stall school sewage system. Complete with 2 crucial effluent outflows, the system has multiple exits for the blast. And with that, this Simpsons special Game of Thrones
Fire in the mole! Explosion in 3.
is ready for blast-off.
Go!
Welcome to the Mythcracker. Adam and Jamie have hit Springfield again.
Tonight, we take on the classic myth that a cat will always land on its feet.
But this time, instead of experimenting as animated characters,
What was it we were trying to prove again?
Don't know, don't care.
Oh, that's a new one. I need to see this real quick.
animatedly experimenting. And with a transparent trio of toilets ready to blow, they want to know if Bart's bomb could have really gashed multiple geysers.
Now, what happens when you flush a cherry bomb down one of these toilets? Well, it's going to go down through the plumbing, and it could blow anywhere. It could blow here, it could blow here, it could blow down there. That's actually what these black caps are. These are places in the plumbing system we can introduce the pressure from the cherry bomb.
But we're not going to use a cherry bomb. Not in my shop, we're not. Number 1, it's illegal. And number 2, it's potentially dangerous and definitely very messy. So we're going to need a little bit more control if we're going to do it here. For that, we have my little pop gun, which has a fast-acting valve on it that releases a blast of pressurized air. That's essentially what an explosion does. It creates a volume of rapidly expanding gases in a pressure wave. So we're going to plumb my little pop gun into Adam's rig in various places, adjust the pressure, and see what happens.
20 psi? Yeah, that's a big fat dump of pressure. Nice.
Let me know when you're ready.
All right, I'm going to count it down. Cherry bomb, half-scale toilet experiment, position number 1, explosion in 3, 2, 1, go.
A simultaneous tsunami and the physics of Springfield are looking surprisingly accurate.
This first test showed that pressure delivered to the
I wouldn't mind watching that in real life, but I don't have the kind of money to get this stuff in real life.
Quite pretty, actually.
Yeah, it's like a little bit of a water ballet.
Some sort of modern art.
Okay.
Now we want to know what would happen if the cherry bomb and its pressure went here or here. Would that make any difference? You folks do. Whenever I go to the toilet, I always take my umbrella.
Half-scale cherry bomb toilet experiment, position number 2. Explosion in 3, 2, 1, go. That's very satisfying.
Another
Yep, 9 o'clock tonight. 13 say 9.
One that's replicated regardless of where the explosion originates.
Which kind of makes sense because there's resistance in each of these toilets. And so with multiple inlets, that resistance is going to tend to equalize the pressure.
The pressure spread is.
But yeah, we're good, guys. Just checking some stuff out. We got almost a full phone, so we're good.
Now we've been experimenting with
What's
this
that one thing?
properly
Yeah, I
set
feel better now. I watched it. I feel better now.
quick fountain of water that we see in the show because there's just not enough water in the system. But what if there is a clog in the system? No. The clog can have water backed up in that system, and the cherry bomb could go in that, and then it's pushing water. What do you think?
That's about got it.
All right. What happens to that water? Does it come out of the toilets? I kind of think so, but we're going to try it just to make sure. All right. This is a fully clogged toilet system. 3, 2, 1, go! I think we found the explosion we were looking for.
Yep.
Well, aside from being pretty to look at, our half-scale system has demonstrated exactly what we were hoping, and that is the Simpsons-like fountain water shooting out of the toilet behavior from a cherry bomb thrown into the system. So I think we're going to go full scale. I think we're going to detonate our cherry bomb back behind some clogged up water. The question we have when we go to full scale, will the cherry bomb actually generate the pressure we need? We don't know. That's why we're going to do it.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry.
While the crew completes the cleanup, the epic odyssey of Homer's heroic intervention continues. Because Jamie's big ball has hardened
Good.
and his distinctly unconventional plan is paid off.
We will wobble.
Your infilling technique seems to work pretty well. I feel like I just planted a big potato. It's created a more or less hemispherical inside, which is exactly what the plan was. So it looks, it's looking pretty good.
Next, he makes the two halves a whole and seals the deal with a super strong sealant.
This is a specially formulated epoxy for anchoring things in concrete. So my plan worked exactly as I had in mind, and we've got a nice spherical shape. A little chiseling and a little mortar, and this thing will clean up real nice, and we'll have one heck of a big wrecking ball.
With that, Jamie heads back to the shop where Homer's head has just arrived.
Dude, look at that. That's so pretty.
That's a nice smooth surface. Now that we have these lovely molds of Homer's head, we're going to coat the insides with a tinted latex because that will give us the correct color and also a nice, tough skin. We don't get to do this kind of thing that much on Mythbusters anymore because we're too busy blowing crap up and stuff like that. But I have done literally hundreds of applications of latex like this into various sorts of puppets and masks, whether you puppet them live action or you have a stop motion armature in them or whatever you do. Generally, it's done by covering the inside of a mold with latex like this and then filling it with foam.
Once the latex skin is dried, Jamie fills Homer's head with a 2-part pouring foam.
Now this stuff expands about 4 to 1, and it's a little hard to estimate Homer's head volume. Although that it's much larger than mine. As hard as that is to believe. Can you help me pull this thing apart?
15 minutes later, the foam is set. There you go. And Homer's precisely proportioned profile is revealed in all its glory.
Oh, it's kind of heavy.
Oh, that looks awesome. Totally the best.
For the finishing touches, Jamie paints Homer's famously unshaven mug.
Starting to look like Homer.
Adam coats his torso with waterproof rubber. And Jamie adds the ears and those instantly recognizable eyes.
Nope.
Kind of comes to life when you do that.
So Homer is very, very nearly complete. We've painted all of his body parts, including his head and now his hands, a suitable shade of Simpson's yellow. After this, we'll send his measurements out to our seamstress to make him a full set of clothes. And then it's time to take him out to the location and abuse him. To recap, Homer supposedly protects his house by placing himself between a wrecking ball and his house and absorbing the shock with his body. In order to test this, we are absolutely, of course, going to need a wrecking ball. Check.
Well, that's a big-ass ball.
We are also going to need a house to swing this wrecking ball into. So we decided to build our own. Actually, we built two. We're always paying some before we destroy it. There's a very good reason, because what we want to find out is whether Homer would have made any difference to the wrecking ball effect on this house. All right, let's go. Therefore, that's our control house. We're going to swing just a straight old wrecking ball into it. It's only when we get to this one that we're going to strap Homer to that wrecking ball and find out if the amount of destruction is actually different, i.e., less on this one. Now, it's a little more protected. Yeah, perfect.
In the demolition industry, wrecking balls are kind of iconic.
Jamie wire brushes his balls every morning.
But we've come to find out that they don't actually use them that much anymore. Now it looks like it's all business. And when you think about it, it's sort of understandable.
There we go.
Because you get thousands of pounds of weight swinging on the end of a cable, it's not exactly a precision instrument.
You're right on the money. 5,000 pounds is perfect.
Not only that, it's hard on the equipment that swings it. So we've found that whenever we need a wrecking ball, we make our own.
With their accurately sized and weighted homemade Homer wrecker ready to swing into action,
Woo-hoo. Love having the right hardware.
it's simply a question of lifting it,
I'll hold it up in case it falls.
Awesome.
pulling it back, and letting it go. Right?
Ray, how do you feel about it? You like it?
Wrong.
If it goes out too far, it's gonna want to bring the crane over. You understand?
Right. So that's an interesting question. If we pull it back too far, if it swings far out, it's going to pull the crane over. Probably the big question is, how far do we pull it back?
To answer that,
I can go 40-foot radius.
Okay. So let's talk this through. That's 40.
you guys look into the limits of the crane's live load capacity.
Back. Let's say the ball hangs here and the crane is here in relation to the house.
Discuss the physics involved,
Force equals mass times acceleration. So once that ball starts to move,
Right.
It wants to keep going.
and after an hour of tense discussion,
Really, you have no intuition about that whatsoever?
come up with a swing distance of
What if we did 12 feet?
12 feet is significantly less than the freewheeling cartoon capers of Springfield.
Good.
But it's as far as the real-world physics allow.
All right, you like that?
Yeah, I think that's perfect.
And with those parameters in place, the guys set up for the control.
Standing now.
You may be wondering why we're not pulling our wrecking ball back quite as far as you see them do in The Simpsons. About 4 feet away. Well, cranes aren't designed to swing heavy weights around like tether balls. If they did that in a heartbeat, they could tip the whole crane right over. Stop. Stop.
Are you happy with that?
You betcha.
In rigging, there are two kinds of loads, dead load and a live load. A live load is one that moves, and this load is about as live as it gets. You dig it?
Yeah, I'm just grooving on the vibes coming off of that whole thing. You know?
I didn't know you grouped on vibes.
Sure.
Like I said, guys, it's 6:30. We got sprinkles happening, but nothing severe yet. We're gonna stay on. I mean, it's okay. 6:28. Who cares? The clock is a little slow. We are good. I mean, I have an analog clock there and I have a digital flip clock over there. I'm looking at my analog clock right now. It says 6:27, 6:28. It doesn't really matter, but yeah, we're gonna stay on here until midnight if we have to. So yeah, we're gonna stay on here until further notice.
Live on Fox 1, June 11th through July 19th.
Oh, starting today. Okay, I gotta use the restroom, so I'll be back in a second with the water, and then yeah, we're like I said, we're gonna stay on. We got about half an hour before we actually have to get worried. So yeah, as long as the weather don't start squilling, we're good. So we'll be on for maybe 6 hours, over 6 hours today until midnight. We'll see how bad it gets tonight. As long as we have power, we're on. He's locked up tight as a drum. Okay, he's locked up. Okay, guys, I'm back. Just grabbing a slice of my dinner and cleaning up some stuff. So, yeah, I got something to say. Please put it in the chat. I will read it. So, we'll be on for a while. I'm just watching random stuff right now on YouTube before the storms hit us. As long as the weather doesn't start squealing, we're good. I'm eating pizza. That's all I'm doing now.
Destruction and potential.
But the question they're aiming to answer is, what kind of hit will the house take without Homer?
This is Simpsons. Wrecking Ball control minus Homer. In 3, 2, 1, go! Second hit.
So, like I said, guys, got something to say. Please put it in the chat.
Let's go for third hit.
The whole building just is kind of shifting.
Well, from a damage assessment, its second story is pretty much a write-off. The chimney's totally destroyed. That's not cheap. Moving through the back, even despite all of our bracing,
It's 7 o'clock. I'm going to go back to Ryan Hall at 7, yes.
about 8 or 10 inches. Yeah, you'd be looking at a complete rebuild of your second story. This is super cool. We had a camera perched on the top of the chimney to witness the destruction from up there. And when our wrecking ball hit the house, the chimney collapsed. The camera up there landed on the wrecking ball itself, sitting nice and perched. Oh, hi there. Hello. Cut from this to this shot. Howdy. He did very, very well. He actually hit another camera also mounted on the ball. That is like camera Olympics, man. Well done, little guy.
Our test showed that a wrecking ball hitting a house like this would severely damage any masonry, as well as the framing and the wall of the house, just like it did here.
Now the question is, will Homer make any difference if he gets in between that ball and the house? Honestly, I don't know.
The Mythbusters and Toilet Tall Tales go way back. And to continue this Game of Thrones, they're taking on Springfield's Prankster-in-Chief. To find out if Bart's Bellagio-esque fountain will translate from the success in small scale to full scale, the Mythcrackers hit the bomb.
After having played with miniature toilets to our heart's content, go! We're going to assemble 3 real toilets on a platform 7 feet off the ground with a real full-scale plumbing system. Ready to get started and build this thing?
Just give me a minute.
Sure. So that we can cherry bomb it all day long. And believe me, we will. Yeah, come on. 1 toilet, 2 toilets, 3 toilets.
To recreate the exact same setup as the shop test,
Remember, kids, take care of your toilet requires brushing twice a day.
but as a standard size sewage system,
Almost like Godzilla.
the guys plumb the multiple inputs.
Yes, that's it.
A gas vent and central waste pipe to a 7-foot high platform.
Maybe we should just back away a little bit.
And up top, Adam finishes with 3 fully functional toilets.
Hey! That totally worked!
All right.
Now, what about the boom that shakes the rest?
Cherry bombs are illegal in the U.S. Okay, I'm going to light it
They
up.
are?
Get behind the shield. What? The only reason that we've got these now is that we're doing it under the supervision of a licensed pyrotechnician and the Alameda County Sheriff's Department bomb squad.
Come on, cherry bomb.
So if you do find yourself in possession of one, don't even think about setting it off. Cute but deadly. It's really dangerous.
Here it comes. Nice. Oh, look, the casing's on fire. It's an added bonus.
Under strict bomb squad supervision, the guys are using their own Mythbusters-made cherry bombs to find out if the fuse will fizzle when wet.
Now, when you hear that Bart throws a cherry bomb into the toilet, let's get to safety, shall we? Come on, your mind might be set to thinking, I wonder if water would actually put out a cherry bomb's fuse. An excellent question, and one I am just about to answer.
Can't get over how much like a cherry did. Here we go. It's about to go underwater. Oh, it's burning underwater.
Don't get it. So how is it that the fuse on Bart's cherry bomb is able to burn underwater? Well, to burn something, you need 3 things. You need fuel, you need oxygen, and you need a source of ignition. Now, as it happens, the gunpowder that runs along inside this fuse has everything it needs to burn. It has its own fuel and its own oxidizer. So it's quite happy to burn without any kind of exterior source of oxygen.
Every time I learn something new, it pushes some old stuff out of my brain.
Oh! Nice! That was awesome!
With the fuse firing just fine and the cherry bomb packing a punch, got it. It's time to fill up and bring the boom.
Okay, that's it.
Our first cherry bomb experiment with a full-size toilet system is going to replicate the circumstances that we found to be our ideal circumstances in the small scale. That is, the sewer system clogged with water, with the cherry bomb placed under that water.
Right about here. Now, we're going to be lighting this off with an electric spark via these wires because that'll allow us to place this exactly where we want and set it off exactly when we want from a safe distance. Okay, we're all sealed up. Setting off explosives in the air as opposed to water is really quite different, and that's because air compresses and water does not. So if you apply pressure to water, it'll deliver a shock wave directly to whatever it's connected to, kind of like a hammer blow. Are you ready?
I'm ready. High speed's ready?
Now, in our case, that water hammer can become massive and free. And it'll deliver the shock wave through the water, through the plumbing, to anything that it's connected to. What?
That was catastrophic.
Yeah.
Yep, Jamie's hammer theory nailed it. In contrast to the shock tests, Simpsons like water fountain.
Oh, yes. Hey, this camera's still rolling here.
When faced with the same firepower as a real cherry bomb,
This is a freaking horror show up here.
the standard full-size lavatory fixtures were forced free of their moorings, leaving the porcelain and possibly the myth busted.
Looking carefully at the high-speed footage, you'll notice that water starts coming out beneath the toilets at the same time as it starts coming out of the bowls. Now that means that water was moving so fast that the toilet's plumbing was not able to absorb the onrush, which is why it broke the toilets off their mounts instead of creating 3 large geysers.
Our cherry bomb gave us a stunning explosion. Unfortunately, it also happened to rip all 3 of our toilets right out of the floor. I have to admit, just a punching toilet in this stance, on my knees, on the floor, my head above the bowl, does not remind me of some of the happiest times of my life. Is that pretty good?
Looks good to me.
So we have gone to the measure of bolting them right to the cast iron flanges of the plumbing that they are plumbed to, and that should hold them tight for this test. Have you ever had a toilet seat cause a problem? Need to replace it?
Nope.
Get around to it for a while?
No weather radio started, but I reset the system because if you know me, I have.
The toilet seat is easy. Literally, put it on here. Put these two.
If you know me, I have OCD. I don't know. Nope, nothing has happened yet. It's not 7 o'clock yet. Around 7 o'clock, we're gonna keep an eye on it because around 7 to maybe 9, 7 might happen. But no weather radio's gone off yet. So, well, there is a tornado watch for Chicago. That's about it. Right now, we got a little pre-rain going on right now before the big stuff supposed to hit around 7, 8 o'clock. So at 7 o'clock, I'm going to go to Ryan Hall, watch him, or go to Fox Weather. I'm not sure yet. But we're going to stay on until we lose power. But no, I reset the tornado. I reset my computer because if you know me, I like to have it exactly at the hour on the hour. Like we've been in for 45 minutes. It's 6:45. That makes it a little more proper because this is the timer up here, which I'm looking at the timer right up here. The time up here is off a little bit, and the time is different on the bottom here. It's screwy. Okay, so I like to have the time and I like to be, 1-to-1. Okay, we started at 6 o'clock. It's 6:46. It's 6:46, and how long we've been on. I reset the camera so I'd be by minute accurate, minute by minute, like a couple seconds off. What seconds really don't matter to me. A couple seconds off is okay, but I like to be minute by minute, so I reset it. No, I got water. I had Coke for dinner, so I just want to be. I want to be. I want to be more easier to, tell people this. Like, okay, like this happened at this time, maybe at this minute in the video. So I reset the video to make it look more proper. Okay, like okay. Regular vanilla for me. I don't like cherry. Cherry screws it up. I prefer regular or vanilla. Vanilla Coke's okay. Vanilla Pepsi they came back with vanilla Pepsi recently. That was gross. It depends on different things. Okay. I prefer. So I was doing some at the library today. I worked on something. No, I do not like neither one. I don't like fizz in my pop. I don't like grape soda doesn't taste good. Orange soda doesn't taste good. I don't like soda. Grape fizz doesn't taste good. Orange fizz doesn't taste good either. No. Okay, that's the train. Okay, I don't know what it was. It was a train or siren. But I actually have done a couple videos at the library, the new library. There actually was a YouTuber and did videos at the old library. I did a couple videos at the new library when it was opened. So yeah, they're somewhere. I don't know where they're at. But I got a couple videos of the library. I think somewhere. And the car show is coming up, so we'll see from there. So yeah, right now it's 85 degrees outside, but we are going to stay on there until I need to do some real quick here. I need to see here. Can I fix that? Oh, that's what I was looking for. There we go. That makes it look more proper. There we go. Okay, now I don't look like it. Now I don't feel like an idiot. That's what I wanted. That looks more proper now. Yes, this one I will be live at. The Third Car Show, yes. Third Car Show I could be live at. The one in Minden I could not be live at. So yes, the Three Car Show I can be live at. That one I have no problem going live at, okay? The one in Minden I do, because one in Minden I have to use a camera because there's more cars there. I think in August, which I'm not going to that. I'm not going to the drag strip. I mean, if it's going to a legit drag strip, I will go. This year, I'm not going to no drag races because I had equipment problems last year, and It was horrible. So I'm not going to the drag races anymore. I'm going to stick with going to doing normal stuff. If it was at an actual drag strip, they'll make an exception. But if it's not an actual drag strip, I'm not making the exception. But yeah, I'm not doing drag races anymore.
Tighten it. You're done. There's no reason to delay. I'm just taking care of it first. Procrastination. All right. Quick and doing. And now your toilet's ready for blowing up. I hope this has been a good lesson for you today.
So we'll see what I do.
Quick reset up top.
You know, all evidence to the contrary, I think you and I would make a good pair of plumbers.
I'll call him first.
They place the cherry bomb at the lowest possible point of the plumbing. The guys are hoping the larger volume of water above the explosive will absorb more energy and give them the mythical.
I think August, but I'm not going to it this year.
This is it. After small scale and large scale experiments, this is the blast we hope will work. We have changed the position of the bomb. We've even bolted them to their own plumbing, which is totally unrealistic, but it's what we hope it will take to give us the guys that we're looking for. And it's just about to happen.
We'll see.
Ready, sir?
I am.
Okay.
I'll find out soon. We'll find out later on tonight. I might be till midnight. If I have no power, I'm not going to work. We'll find out. I just hope that it doesn't destroy Menards again. Or actually, it's here. There's two banks there. There's both of them just reopened recently. They're still damaged, but yeah. Yeah, I do have a generator, but it's not here. It's over in Howard Township, Cass County. We give it to our grandparents have it. Our grandparents have my generator. But I got a power box, so don't worry. I do got a battery box. It does have a phone outlet in it, so yeah, don't worry. I got power. I got A's. I got some A batteries for my radio. So we're okay. We're fine. I mean, we got power. We got water. We got food. We'll see what happens.
To push a lot of water up and out of those toilets using something like our cherry bomb.
No, it's water.
Energy in the
I don't have ice. I just have water.
Is also going to break the toilets off at their base.
But yeah, we're gonna do some stuff in a little bit. Give me a minute. I have to do something real quick here. I need to just this way.
Using an explosive, you're never going to see the kind of geyser that we saw.
I got a typewriter, so good.
Greenberg is the auto that keeps the app thanks to humidity, the gym, and even overnight. Available at Sephora.
Our clients need to know that when they have a question, when they have a concern, they have somebody that they can reach out to that can help them. We have tremendous people within this organization. And I think that's really what helps set us apart from our competitors.
Okay, it's going to be right here now. And we are going to stay where we are. Okay, everything's fixed, everything's changed over to what we need to be at. At 7 o'clock, we will go over to that at 7 o'clock. So, yeah. We're staying until there's power. I'm done watching this thing I'm watching. I'm going to.
The cartoons don't reflect reality? Wow, this is big. We're busted. It's busted. Yes. Yeah! Kicking toilets apart since 1930.
That was a steel tip shoot.
With the porcelain puddle, Adam and Jamie head back to Homer's house where our humble
That's part I gotta watch, and I'm gonna change it
moment of glory.
over to the. We're almost done doing what we have to do.
Hello, friends. If you're like most people, you probably are sad that you haven't been able to afford your slice of the American dream, but now it turns out that you can. On the outskirts of Springfield, a new development has arisen, one that provides picture-perfect homes if viewed from the right angle. We've reduced homeownership to its barest essentials. One wall, one couch, one floor. Welcome to Shady Acres. Pay no attention to the record ball.
No, guys, we're staying on. We got water. We got tons of water in this house. We have 2 cases in the garage, so we're good.
Jamie and Adam are chasing a cartoon conundrum. The Homer record. Can our hero's leap of faith dissipate the force of this impact?
So yeah, I don't even know ice has got water. It is dark outside, but right now we got no severe weather warnings, any sort just from rain. The weather have not gone off yet, so we're staying on until midnight maybe or less. I'm not sure. It depends if we lose power. If we lose power, we're going off there. But if we have power still, we're staying on. Right now we're using a computer right now because I use my PC to do long live streams with. If I have to, I will switch to my cell phone later on. If I have to, but this time I don't need to.
And if it shows damage anything like this, we will know that Homer's efforts would have been for naught.
And ta-da! Allow me to introduce you to the completed.
So we'll see what happens.
Hero of this episode, Mr. Homer. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a applause.
Our accurately sized and dressed Homer is attached to the ball exactly as per the clip,
That's it. First term is on. Okay.
with a final crucial component.
Since
Likely that a Booth portion of Michigan is still looking at a few downpours right now, mainly in the southwestern Michigan. This is on the way out. Now we are first alerting ahead to how the atmosphere can recover. If it can recover enough, we're going to be on alert for round 2 of storms, which is still trying to get organized off to our west right now. I think our greatest chance really tonight for severe weather is mainly going to be for the southern half of Michigan as far as the wind gusts that could be up to 70 miles per hour. So are we looking at widespread damaging wind where everyone's going to have damage? No, I do not believe that's the case right now in first alert weather for this evening. I want you to stay weather aware.
Okay, so 16 is saying 9 to midnight. Okay, now 16 just said 6. Now WNDU channel 16 said 9 to midnight. I'm still gonna say we're staying on. We're gonna stay until midnight either way. As long as there's no power, as long as we still have power, we're staying on. Started watching this thing I'm watching. I'm going over to Ryan Hall.
does it look like his ass is dead center?
He couldn't be more perfectly on the horizon of the lines of force between the ball and his house. Look at the potential.
So we're staying on, guys.
As per the control,
TV station set now. WNU says 9 to midnight. I'm still gonna say
What are we doing?
around 7 to. I'm saying 8. I'm saying 8 to midnight, but still, we'll find out because I'm serving Cass County, Michigan, St. Joseph County, Michigan. We'll let you know when it's archived, when the weather is going off. Then we'll start keeping a record of what we're talking about. You know, a video record. As long as we got power, we're on.
3, 2, 1. Here we go. Oh.
That's confirmed.
That's a result that I never would have bet on.
He's clearly made a big difference.
Yeah, I mean, look at this house, and then look at that one.
Wow.
I'm just saying.
Confirmed.
Homer's ass is quite impressive, actually.
it's an astonishing result. The house didn't escape completely unscathed, but Homer did help.
He did crack the chimney. It almost fell, but the fact is that it didn't, and that's a result. Well, there
So,
you have it.
guys, if you got some say in the chat, I'll read it.
Identical
It's
swing,
now 7 o'clock Eastern Time.
but not identical results. Look at that house versus that house. Homer it would seem, had quite the impact, so to speak.
Well, astonishingly, Homer did in fact make a difference by placing himself between the wrecking ball and his house. He clearly made a heroic effort, and it had a heroic outcome.
Those cartoonists don't get enough credit for proper engineering.
So, confirmed.
I am the smart. I am the smart. S-M-R-T. I mean S-M-A-R-T.
All right, now I got some good news and some bad news.
No.
I'm going to start with the bad news, which is the toilet bomb. Unfortunately, all we got was total toilet destruction. It's busted.
Well, you forget that the school is near a nuclear plant run by idiots.
It's funny because it's true.
And there could be a nuclear explosion at any moment, which means that the toilets are ultra, super reinforced, not busted.
I see where you're headed with that.
And the good news?
The good news is Homer Wrecker. We are totally amazed by these results, but the fact is that Homer made a difference. By placing his body between the wrecking ball and his house, he was successfully able to keep it from being damaged.
So you're saying the show is 100% scientific reality?
Sure.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay, so okay, we're gonna check Fox weather out real quick. It's 7 o'clock. Now we're gonna kind of keep an eye on what's going on. We'll keep an eye on the weather right now. Okay, we got something in the Chicago area, it looks like. Okay, we got something outside of Julie. Tornado alert. This is a tornado alert. Tornado warning has been issued for East Central LaSalle County in Central Illinois. Okay, we got warnings. Okay. Okay, we're gonna keep an eye on this now. There is a emergency issue for Marshall County, Illinois. Wow.
Can't do it alone. I've already mentioned on the team here. We also have a digital team that's keeping the Fox Weather blog active. And notice that QR code, scan it over there.
Okay, we are keeping okay. Tornado alert, please take cover now. And okay. A tornado warning has been issued for okay, it's Illinois. Illinois. Southern. Okay, a black bit. A person I don't want to talk right now about. So right now there is stuff happening right now in the Chicago area. So we are going to stay on to this, like I said, till we lose power. Okay, updated version of Channel 8. We're going to watch the updated version of Channel 8 at 6. It happened an hour ago. A new video came out an hour ago. We're going to watch it right now. This came from Channel 8. And we're going to see what Channel 8 says. Channel 8 is also in our NBC affiliate. So let's see what happens.
Always tracking, always alerting. This is Storm Team 8 with meteorologist Blake Harms.
All eyes to our west tonight as we are warm and humid, awaiting the arrival of some thunderstorms. Right now, we're in across West Michigan. 81 in Grand Rapids, 80 in Kalamazoo.
80 in Three Rivers.
86 in Iobia. Dew points continue to climb. Those 70-degree dew points are lifting north. That means moisture is advecting. Advecting, a fancy word for moving, and it's all moving north. So we are seeing increasing humidity. That's just additional fuel for showers and storms that are expected later. We do have some showers south of Kalamazoo this evening, continuing to fall apart. These were producing 80-mile-per-hour winds when they were in Nebraska, but now all that's left is just a little passing shower.
Rain
is across the lake to our west. You can see some clouds here in Grand Rapids. It may look like rain is close up here, but it's not. We still have a long ways to go before we start to see precipitation.
Okay.
Active radar already, and business is starting to pick up. Now, the greatest severe threat has always been down here in Illinois. We actually have a tornado emergency that's in effect to the north and east of Peoria. That means a catastrophic tornado on the ground, and that's going to keep tracking into parts of Illinois. Kankakee not far down the road from here, so we'll be watching that storm very closely. Greatest tornado threat is to our southwest for the large tornadoes anyway, but we do still have the threat of some spin-up tornadoes later tonight. We remain in a level 3 severe weather risk across much of lower Michigan to level 4, of course, down towards Chicagoland. So we're looking at mainly between 8 p.m. and midnight. I would say probably pushing closer to 9 p.m. to midnight.
See, 8 to 8
is the main concern with any storms that are able to develop.
So he's saying 8 to 9. He's saying it says right here between 8 p.m. and midnight, or closer to 9 p.m. So he's still saying around. This station's out of Grand Rapids, so still 8, 9 o'clock. So we got like an hour left before it, like less than an hour before we will be affected by this. Still at this time, we have no warnings in our area right now. Just heat advisory.
Of course, we cannot rule out a few tornadoes, mainly spin-up tornadoes. But a strong tornado is not impossible either, so that's why we're keeping a very close eye on this. Greatest threat as of now looks to be near and south of I-96, but everyone could see strong winds.
I don't know what's on TV tonight.
Of course, pretty much everyone can expect heavy rain and lightning at some point tonight. So as we keep walking through tonight, over the next few hours, we should see this line.
Okay, 8 o'clock Chicago,
across the lake.
9:30.
Sometime in that 9 to 10 p.m. windows, and we'll see it reach the lake shore closer to 11 p.m. to midnight for Grand Rapids, Kalamazoo. And parts of this line likely to feature damaging winds. And again, it's one of those nights, we've had several of them over the past year, where we have to keep a very close eye on radar because spin-up tornadoes can occur very quickly in setups.
We might be on until 1 a.m. today, so I'm going like 3 hours of sleep.
Far behind, looking like a sunny day, or at least a mostly sunny day for our Friday with lower humidity and temperatures reaching the upper 70s.
You change your shirt tomorrow. I'm going to change your shirt tomorrow.
About 9 p.m. and midnight, your 8-day forecast
I don't know.
has a few more rain chances on the way Saturday night into Sunday, and a few more shower chances next week as we cool off significantly. Bottom line, in other words, tornadoes been thrown around a lot. There's a chance, never a guarantee. Just know that we're going to be watching it closely. Another great night to keep a very close eye on the forecast as we move through this evening.
Yeah, we think about our neighbors in Illinois right now with that tornado emergency. Some scary, serious
Very
stuff.
much so.
Okay, so
In my last GTA 5 video.
okay, so let's see. Here we go. Let's do this real quick. We're gonna go to WZCM13 right now.
Kibble pellets are ultra processed, which can lead to more compounds.
Injury law firm.
Hey, good evening. Thanks for joining us. We start at 6:30 with a 13 weather impact alert for the possibility of severe storms tonight. Let's just get right to meteorologist Blake Hanson and reporting. Hey guys, you've been tracking the system all day long. What can you tell us at this hour?
Yeah. Hey, Lauren. It's all about how the next hour or two really plays out with these thunderstorms to our west across Wisconsin.
Why am I not on the live feed? I don't understand why I'm not in the live stream right now. Blah 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 blah. There we go. Now live. I had to pull some strings at the live stream right now. Now at 7:07 on WZZM13 on YouTube. What impact? Zion, Illinois is getting pounded with some stuff. Milwaukee's getting pounded right now with some stuff too. So is Rockford, Illinois. At this time, nothing is hitting Michigan at this time. So nothing really happening right now. Just some stuff on the other side of the lake right now. Some stuff hitting the Ludington area, Muskegon area, but nothing severe. So nothing to worry about at this time.
this episode of Pawn Stars, what do we got here? World War II photos, Japanese era that they shot down during the illusions. Illusions? How is it I never heard of this? It could be a major collector's item. Hey, I got this gun. I know it's old. It's the original Colt 45. Wow. These things sell better than just about any gun I carry. How much did you pay for it? I really gotta say that? Hey, how can I help you? I have. On this episode of Pawn Stars, what do we got here? World War II photos, Japanese era that they shot down during the illusions. Illusions? How is it I never heard of this? They could be a major collector's item. Hey, I got this gun. I know it's old. It's the original Colt 45. Wow. These things sell better than just about any gun I carry. How much did you pay for it? You really gotta say that? Hey, how can I help you? I have Elvis Presley's medical records. Really? These are Elvis Presley EKGs. I can see why he had a heart attack. I mean, the guy kept on gaining weight. I'm Rick Harrison, and this is my pawn shop. I work here with my old man and myself. These things right No. I'm coming down today to sell my 1890s Colt revolver. I have no use for this gun. I want to sell it today and go out in Vegas and have a good time. I'm hoping to sell this gun for $5,000, and the minimum I'll take is $4,000 for it. Do you know anything about it? I know it's old. I know it's a Colt, and that's all I know. What you have here is the original Colt 45. Not the beer in the bottle, but the guns. Wow. It was the most high quality gun you could get. It was the best machining, the best finish work, the best trigger mechanisms, everything. The Colt Single Action Army is a badass gun. It was originally made for the U.S. Army, but it got famous as a weapon of choice in the Old West. They called it the Peacemaker. How old is that one? From the serial number, it looks early 1890s, and they've been making the same gun more or less till today. It does got some wear on it. Yeah, that's probably from going in and out of a holster a lot. This gun might be showing some wear, but it's a Colt 45 from the 1890s. These things sell better than just about any antique gun I carry. So what do you want to do with it? I want to sell it. And how much you want for it? I've been told it's worth around $5,000. I'll tell you what, I'll give you $2,500. There's no way. I mean, if everything checks out, maybe I can get 3 to 4. I got at least have 4 out of it. Normally, I'd like to call my buddy Sean before I buy a gun like this, but he's out of town right now. But this gun is in such great condition, I don't see how I could lose money on it. So I need to make a move now, or this thing's going to walk out the door. Your bet's no glory, dude. $2,800.
Yeah, I know. I live in Sandy. In GTA Online, I live in Sandy, which is weird. I live in Sandy, but I have an apartment in the city I don't even touch. I always stay in that apartment, don't you? Yeah, I'm about to sell the house. Really?
Down the road, you may need more care. In my last GTA 5 video, I ranked every single district in Los Santos. By only focusing on Los Santos, however, I inadvertently overlooked every other town on the map. And that's why in today's video, we're ranking.
I live in Sandy on purpose.
San Andreas. And totally not because that video is going absolutely.
You might want to move, don't you?
If you enjoyed and want to see more content like this, please be sure to leave a like and subscribe if you're new. Join the Discord, links in the description. And without further ado, let's start in last place. Coming in last place, it's the Altruist Camp. The Altruist Camp is basically a tiny walled-off village in the Chiliad Mountains, filled with people belonging to the Altruist cult. The Altruist cult is quite mysterious, and we don't know much apart from the fact that they hate technology and also don't wear clothes for some reason.
Hey, yo, what the fuck?
They're also fully comprised of old white dudes. If you enter the camp, they will be hostile towards you, unless you're Trevor. In another life, Trevor was definitely an altruist.
Weird. Right? You're weird.
The village itself contains a few log cabin houses that seem to have been built from scratch by the cult. Apart from that, it is quite an uninteresting place, especially because you can't go there and mind your own business. Realistically, the best part of the altruist camp is going there to end everyone inside, because apart from doing that, you're never going to come here. For good reason, too. It sucks. And that's why it comes in last place. Just being last place, we have the Dignity Village. The Dignity Village is a tent city established by a homeless population located southeast of Toledo Bay. Dignity Village is also technically the smallest settlement in the game. Even though it's named Dignity Village, the reality is far from the truth. The village is actually just a tiny encampment with a few small tents pitched around. The camp does also feature a few buildings and is home to people who reject mainstream society, anarchists, crooks, and extreme libertarians. There's absolutely nothing to do in this area apart from taking in all of the amazing sights. Realistically though, Dignity Village is kind of interesting because it's hidden and therefore it's lesser known by the player base. Once you eventually do stumble on it though, you'll realize that you are not missing out on anything at all, and you're not going to spend more than a couple minutes here. That's why it comes in so low in our list. Breaking into our top 10 is Stab City. Stab City actually used to be a motel in a small trailer park formerly called Sunset Shores. That is before the Lost MC gang took over and turned into their headquarters. It's located just west of Sandy Shores, across the bridge on the Alamo Sea. The only business in Stab City is an auto repair garage located on the north end. Honestly, there's not much to say about Stab City. It's basically a gang-filled trailer park. It's run down, looks horrible, and not a pleasant place to be in. But at least they're not naked or living in tents, and that's why Stab City comes in 10th place. Coming in 9th place, it's Galilee. Galilee is a tiny settlement just north of the Alamo Sea, resting at the foot of Mount Chiliad. I honestly like how low-key Galilee is. It appears in a few missions and online, and every time I come here, I just enjoy it for some reason. It's a chill spot that I think most people barely regard, let alone know that it's technically a unique town. Galilee features 2 businesses, a boat shop and a fishery, as well as a large storage shed and 4 small houses. It also features 2 docks, as well as some boats. I'm also including this area just west of Galilee, which features a few homes as well as another dock. Overall, Galilee is a bit small and definitely isolated, but it's quite a charming little area that is extremely overlooked by the average player, in my opinion, and that's why it comes in at number 9. We head east from our last location to our next, Grapeseed. Grapeseed is a small rural town northeast of the Alamo Sea in Blaine County. Grapeseed is an agricultural settlement that dedicates most of its land to farms. Apart from the farming though, it does contain the Mackenzie Field, which is a small airstrip and hangar that can be purchased in GTA Online and Story Mode. On the west end of Grapeseed, you can find Main Street, which contains many businesses like a gas station, some liquor shops, a clothing store, as well as a property that you can buy. Grapeseed also contains large underground illegal businesses that sell bad white powder and green plants. A lot of the towns that we ranked lower on our list are kind of irrelevant to the average GTA Online player. However, it makes sense because these places that we talked about are extremely small. Grapeseed, however, is honestly pretty big, and it's next to other much more relevant towns, making it look quite bad in comparison. Realistically, the only time you're going to go here outside of missions is if you own the hangar, which, again, not many people own. Overall, it just feels extremely irrelevant because it has nothing going for it like the towns higher up have, and it also doesn't have the charm that some of the places lower on the list have. So that's why it comes in where it does. Following that, our next location is Tonga Hills. Tonga Hills is an underdeveloped area bordered by Lago Zancudo and the Bannon Canyon. Tonga Hills is a rural area consisting mostly of a few vineyards and is technically separate from Los Santos.
I've been doing my thing here on YouTube for 10 years, so I've obviously...
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Brain Shatter. I know it's been a little bit, which I say every time. I'm going to try and be a little bit more forthcoming.
Liberty Mutual helps you customize and save hundreds on car insurance.
I don't think they know how to play tennis.
Not a clue. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Ready for your new podcast studio? I'm here on Celebrity Substitute, where Amazon steps up.
Coming and cranking with videos. So I got up for work at 4 in the morning yesterday and started getting everything prepped. Checked my YouTube messages and got a message that my red card had appeared in the junkyard. They told me where to look. I looked it up, and it's in Wilmington, California, at the LKQ pickup park lot, and it is Richey's 1989 Ford Taurus.
Unfortunately for my girl Rashay, her 89 Ford Taurus is nothing but a dented up relic of the past. But that's all about to change.
It was done in season 3, not 4. Season 3 of Pin My Ride with West Coast Customs. It's the final season with West Coast. And it ended up hitting the junkyard. She had still held on to it up until recently, so I'm not sure if there was a death in the family and she lost her parking spot for it.
I feel blessed. I mean, everything
You
was
need your
down
shoes
before,
fixed.
and now everything is just perfect.
It popped up. I got some photos that I'm going to show right now of LKQ, the listing, and it shows certain things on it. I'm not really sure. The front doors of the car, they put Lamborghini doors that lift up like this. Those are still on because they're welded on. And then the back doors, they put in a custom system that would slide them out. As far as I knew, that was on a motor and that was electronic, so it would slide out and slide back in.
Have you ever driven past a fire hydrant and noticed that some are painted red while others have blue, green, orange, or even yellow tops? Most people assume the colors are decorative or chosen by the local city government, but those colors actually carry important information that firefighters can use in an emergency.
Mine's red.
A simple splash of paint on a hydrant can tell responders how much water is available before they even connect a hose. Today, we will uncover the hidden code painted onto one of the most overlooked objects on our streets, right here on History of Simple Things. Fire hydrants have been around for well over a century, and their story is closely tied to the development of modern cities. Before hydrants existed, fighting fires was incredibly difficult. In the 1700s and early 1800s, firefighters often relied on bucket brigades, hand pumps, and nearby wells or rivers. As cities grew larger and water systems became more advanced, engineers began installing underground water mains. To access these pipes quickly during emergencies, special outlets were added above ground. These eventually evolved into the fire hydrants we recognize today. One interesting piece of hydrant history comes from the United States. The exact inventor of the fire hydrant remains unknown because the patent records were reportedly destroyed in the famous 1836 fire at the U.S. Patent Office in Washington, D.C. Ironically, one of the inventions lost in that fire was believed to be the fire hydrant itself. While historians cannot identify a single inventor with certainty, hydrants spread rapidly throughout growing cities during the 19th century and became a critical part of urban infrastructure. At first, hydrants were fairly simple. Their primary purpose was to provide firefighters with a direct connection to the municipal water supply. But as cities expanded, water systems became more complex. Some neighborhoods had stronger water pressure than others. Certain areas had larger pipes and better flow rates, while others could deliver only limited amounts of water. Firefighters needed a fast way to know what they were dealing with before precious minutes were lost. That need eventually led to color coding systems. Today, many fire departments in North America follow guidelines established by the National Fire Protection Association, commonly known as the NFPA. Under these recommendations, the body of the hydrant is often painted a standard color chosen by the local municipality, but the top bonnet and nozzle caps are painted specific colors to indicate water flow capacity. A red top generally means the hydrant can provide less than 500 gallons of water.
That's what we are, red top.
While that may sound like a lot, it is considered a relatively low flow rate for firefighting operations. These hydrants are often found in rural areas or older sections of cities where water infrastructure may be limited.
Here.
An orange top typically indicates a flow rate between 500
No, we're
and
red.
999 gallons per minute. These hydrants offer more water, but may still require firefighters to supplement their supply during major incidents. A green top usually signifies a hydrant capable of delivering between 1,000 and 1,499 gallons per minute. This level of performance is often suitable for many residential and commercial firefighting situations. Then there are hydrants with blue tops. These are considered the best performers in the standard color system, capable of providing 1,500 gallons per minute or more. When firefighters see a blue-topped hydrant, they know they have access to a particularly strong water source.
Zevo is 5 times more attractive to flies.
Get those snails cleaned up.
You're my best friend, and anybody be lucky to have you. Mum, I slept with Steve. You are a piggy-eyed loser.
The truth is sorry I had sex with your daughter.
We all need to find a way to get along.
I really like her.
You're terribly excited.
So yeah, we're just killing timer now. We will stay on. Like I said, we're staying on until further notice.
That's a scary part.
Take a nap. No, I'm staying on.
The color system may seem like a small detail, but it can make follows the exact same color scheme. Some municipalities use customized systems.
Okay, I know that. That was interesting.
Vice City is known for.
Oh, back in a second. Gotta do 2 things, and that's it. Hello?
A lot of the things. This iconic depiction of Miami in the 80s. It's bright neon lights, beautiful cars, a massive beach. For some reason, it perfected the Rockstar open world game formula, and it deserves more credit than what it gets. Vice City will be 24 years old later this year, And what better way to celebrate its impact than ranking every district found in GTA Vice City? Vice Port functions primarily as the main industrial port of Vice City. The area is mostly home to large-scale commercial and industrial operations like the boatyard, the military warehouse, the port authority, and several private shipping companies. Most of the landscape is filled with cargo containers, cranes, warehouses, and even docked freighters belonging to the chartered Libertine lines. Due to this, most people only travel to Vice Port for work, meaning the traffic is usually filled with more practical vehicles. Despite this, though, it does offer a few functional locations like a pay and spray. In the northern section of Vice Point, you can see a shift in the environment, going from commercial dockyards to a more residential area lined with apartment buildings and local storefronts, as well as this random open area behind here, which is strange to say the least. Visually, Vice Port is bland and gray, featuring muted colors and boring industrial buildings. Now, this of course is intentional. It's meant to recreate real-life docks, which are bland and gray and strictly practical. However, this still does take away from the overall area, making it not a place I enjoy driving through. Viceport is quite unremarkable and plain, which again is fine because it serves its purpose. However, it ends up being quite an underwhelming location. Leaflinks is a golf course and country club located just west of Vice Point. When exploring the area, it's not uncommon to come across golfers driving around in caddies, along with security guards patrolling the area, selling you the illusion of an exclusive club. If you actually want to enter Leaflinks, players are required to go through this metal detector that strips you of all your weapons. That is unless you either pull up a tall vehicle to climb over the fence, or just jump over it like you can in Vice City Stories for some reason. That being said though, I can't help but find Leaflinks to be pretty boring. Don't kill me for this, but I think golf is boring, and having a boring game be put into a video game makes for a boring spot. That's not even talking about the fact that you can't actually even play golf in the first place, so it's literally just an empty wasteland. Apart from trying to push NPC caddies in the ocean, that is pretty fun. I will give it points from an aesthetic standpoint, as the greenery, the layout, and the overall posh feeling that you get from Leaflinks is nice, but not enough to justify all of its flaws.
Little Havana.
Havana is home to a predominantly Cuban population, which is made up of Cuban exiles that fled here during Cold War tensions. It's relatively small but fairly dense, with a mix of low-end housing, local businesses, and colorful storefronts. Even though Little Havana is clearly underdeveloped, it helps it stand out a little bit more, in my opinion. What I really like about Little Havana is that it represents an underlooked part of Vice City. It's a lived-in neighborhood with its own identity, doesn't feel touristy or fake. And bonus points because you can drive around on most of the routes in the area, which is definitely a fun feature. And of course, it wouldn't be a Vice City district without a random liminal open field behind some of the buildings. Little Havana overall is simplistic and down to earth, but that also makes it pretty enjoyable in my opinion. Prawn Island is a small island located in the northern part of Vice City and features a mix of both residential and commercial areas. On the south side of the city, you can find the Interglobal Film Studios, which you can purchase for business and explore. There's also a few other random unnamed businesses, even though most appear to be pretty run down. On the north side, you can find 3 large dilapidated mansions that are heavily covered in graffiti. During the events of the story, the island is under control of the street wannabes gang, and Tommy has to take it over, meaning Prawn Island does serve at least some importance in the main story. Even though Prawn Island is extremely small, it still manages to feel somewhat realistic, which is something that I have to praise Rockstar for. The layout was very smartly done. With the size limitations, it makes it have a real sense of purpose. Considering we've seen Rockstar do much less with much bigger locations, I think Prawn Island is pretty nice. Washington Beach is an extremely small district.
Where did Driver sleep at the...
Okay, it's 7:30, so we're gonna pull a couple strings here, see what Fox Weather has, then go back to Ryan Hall.
With 70-mile-per-hour winds, a tornado in their eastern suburbs in Deer Creek, and then a tree that's blown down on the I-55 corridor because of that damaging wind. So it just shows you how much could unfold in a small window of time. We're going to jump to the north. This is where we have that storm system that's moving off. There's Kenosha, Waukegan, and those spots now showing you that's moving into Lake Michigan. But as we move a little further to the south,
Chicago.
There's storms that are now moving into Chicago, but you have the main line that's still far off to the west, which means they'll have multiple waves that come in.
I don't think most storm chasers are going to do this, right? I don't think so either. Target over that one thing you're due. I'm going to look into that later. I'm going to go to Ryan Hall. You little shit. And it hurts. We're TV8 10 minutes ago.
Only Brawny has replies, and it's more absorbent than bounty.
Give me 5 seconds, I'll move that.
And now on the 7, we are tracking severe storms rolling into West Michigan this evening. Here's a live look at right now across West Michigan near the shorelines. Grand Haven, Muskegon, here in Grand Rapids as well. We begin with weather because we do have a chance for severe storms in West Michigan tonight. Storm Teammate is tracking it all for us. We do have team coverage for you. We begin with Storm Teammate's Blake Harms.
Sure, baby.
Yeah, hey, Amber. The biggest development here over the last hour is that we are seeing an intensification on this part of the line. That was the big question mark. How well were these storms going to be able to organize across the lake? To be frank with you, our weather models have not handled the evolution of this all that well today. And so sure enough, ingredients are in place. We're starting to see this line develop. Now we're seeing a Boeing segment, you'll notice right here, that is now tornado warning just now.
What's wrong, my baby boy?
South of Milwaukee. So that's kind of the theme tonight. We need to keep a very close eye on this weather as it moves in because the ingredients are very capable of producing strong winds and spin up tornadoes. So right now we still have a ways to go. There's not anything happening right now. This is all the action that we're likely going to see later tonight. Now this is the northern side of the system. You see the severe warning storms and now the tornado warning part of the storm. We are also tracking tornado warning storms further south. In fact, there was a tornado emergency in effect for portions of central Illinois earlier this evening. So this is the area where we're tracking the highest tornado threat here over the next few hours. That is near and south of Chicago, likely tracking into perhaps parts of northern Indiana. So we're likely to see some sort of hybrid of those two as this all begins to make its way in our direction. It is very humid out there. Here's a live view from South Haven tonight. You see the dark clouds on the horizon. We still have a ways to go before that gets here. Dew points are close to 70 degrees. We remain in a level 3 severe weather risk across lower Michigan. And again, this is a multifaceted threat that now appears to be coming into clearer focus. For more on the timing, let's head over to Chief Meteorologist Ellen Baca. It's on its way.
It is. And something that we've been noticing definitely is the fact that portions of this line are moving at different speeds and different directions. So when it comes to arrival times, it really is different depending on where you live. This is not one consistent line. So as Blake mentions, we get a bit of a hybrid as these parameters come together. Let's start first with the northernmost section, this batch that's coming through Milwaukee. Now, the northernmost section still has some lightning to it. It's going to be lifting towards Muskegon at about 8:35. They should be tracking just north of Holland, close to about 8:52. Again, this is something that just became tornado warned, and we're going to continue to watch this Boeing segment that's trying to form out ahead of the main line. So 8:35, right around the earliest time frame we're seeing for the arrival time, but just know when it comes to this type of weather that it can speed up just a bit, especially over Lake Michigan. This portion near Lake Geneva, high wind threat. It's tracking almost due east, should arrive near South Haven, Benton Harbor, close to about 9:30. And then we're watching this portion of the line, which is moving northward. Should be close to the Indiana state line, close to about 9:30. Tornado threat with that. A lot to watch, Amber, but we've got eyes on it all.
Okay. What's on my Maxie, huh? I'll give you what, Maxie. Hey, I'll give you what, Maxie. Just give me a second here, Maxie. I got a pull code, but okay. My Maxie.
The deadly tornado and saw what those people went through. We don't want anybody hurt, injured, or worse by these storms tonight. So, confirmed tornado warning moving toward the Kankakee area, even though we don't have a warning yet there. We will keep you abreast of this situation.
CBS News Chicago.
Threatening storm in our viewing area, and it's taken a due east.
This we can get This we can get WLIS real quick. WLS. WLS.
All of the action. We have storms up to the north, a little bit of some storms here isolated just off to the south of the city. A lot of action here. Speaking of the city, just want to pause a little bit closer where we are finding some lightning beginning to get very closer to the downtown Chicago area. So we're going to continue to
tornado warning for Kankakee County, Illinois.
Get you a view here, and you can see those ominous skies over the skyline right now. Larry, it's an active night in Chicago. It certainly feels like summer out there, but there's a big concert at Wrigley Field. I don't know if you have an update on that. I know they delayed the start time of the Mumford & Sons concert with the storms moving in, but a lot.
Just updated.
Oh, it's delayed until 10 p.m.
Got it? Okay.
Okay, it's going to be a late night show at Wrigley Field, which sounds really fun. And once we get to 10 o'clock, the severe weather threat will be over. But they are taking the necessary precautions because right now we're seeing the lightning getting close to the city, but then this line will continue to work its way in and race through the city as well. And then those high damaging winds will be the primary threat with the storms as we go into the next couple of hours.
Yeah, we're anticipating all of this messy weather to be out of here by 10 o'clock or so. Maybe
11 o'clock my time.
Longer in Northwest Indiana with some rain, but the severe weather concerns should end by 9 or 10 o'clock or so. And of course, we still have the tornado watch in place until 9 o'clock for the entire area. But we're on the air here for at least another 5 minutes with this continuing tornado warning for parts of Kankakee County. But the other areas that we're still watching have the potential there for some high winds. Okay, we got some video in. This Livingston County. So this was that storm we were tracking as it went through Streeter. We were telling you this was a wedge tornado on the ground. That's a wedge tornado. You can see because of the width of it, how wide it is, and it looks like a wedge coming down from the clouds. And that is the worst thing you ever want to see when you're talking tornadoes, because those are the most destructive tornadoes that are out there. They're usually the larger EF2, EF3, sometimes EF4 tornadoes. They look like that. So the hope is that that situation that you're seeing there stayed over open farmland and didn't hit anything. So we'll get damage reports if we have any coming in. The other thing you can pick out from that video, I don't know if you can take it full and have me in front of it, because there's another thing that's kind of happening in that video that's kind of interesting to see, is there's satellite tornadoes around that main circulation. If you look on the left-hand side of your screen, let me go over here. So if you look on the left-hand side of that tornado right there, you see the little nudge down there. That's another satellite tornado developing there around the circulation. So you get this broad spin going on, the tightening up of the circulation, and then around that broad spin, there are other little spin-up tornadoes that happen. This is sometimes called multiple vorticity.
Okay, guys, we're now watching ABC 7 out of Chicago.
Little mini spin-ups within the broader circulation. When I say broader circulation, I'm talking about where the funnel cloud is that's reaching the ground. So this is that wedge tornado that was on the ground there in Livingston County and likely in the parts of LaSalle County as well from that storm. Cheryl, you look at this and you're like, again, you hope it didn't hit anything, because this is these are the worst types of tornadoes to see when they're that big.
Yeah, I know Illinois State Police was out there assessing the damage already, and they did confirm that there was damage on the south side of Streeter. And that comes at no surprise when
Oh,
we're seeing
this is
images
Illinois.
like this come to life. And you can see, they call it a large wedge tornado, and it's basically almost the same size in width as it is in height. That is taking up a lot of space, and these tornadoes have a lot of power in terms of wind speed. And when we look at a tornado like this, we can't rate it and say this is an EF2, EF3. National Weather Service then goes out to survey the damage, and they have a whole system, and based off of the damage and what they see and how things are hit in terms of that tornado strength, they then rate it after seeing some of the destruction, which we hope there's not a lot of. And Larry, as we watch this,
We got a new tornado warning just out from parts of Kankakee and Will County. So that small tornado warning we were watching has been extended to include much of Kankakee County and the extreme southern parts of Will County as well. So let's go right to the radar, because this is a brand new tornado warning until 7:30 for that storm we've been watching real closely that was showing some signs of lessening its rotation. Well, the Weather Service said it's still strong enough of a rotation marker. We're going to issue the warning a little farther downstream.
Ethics, Illinois.
Tornado warning, which includes Manteno, parts of Bourbonnais, just north of Kankakee, and the northern parts of Kankakee County, and a couple of corners here of Will County. You're included in this tornado warning. Let me move the map up a little bit so you can see it a little bit more clearly. Right here, there's Kankakee, there's Bourbonnais. So just right here between Bourbonnais and Kankakee is the southern flank of the line, but still showing the hook echo in this general area. Again, the rotation is not as tight as it was earlier, but it's still strong enough to prompt the tornado warning to be continued off towards the east. I'm going to switch over to velocity data here.
Ooh.
And, I'm going to look at a different velocity product as well. That one might be a little bit better to show it. So there are still some greens and reds right next to each other. Again, it's not as the bright reds and bright
This is Chicago, not Michigan. This is Chicago.
About 15 minutes ago or 30 minutes ago. But still, there's rotation strong enough here to prompt a tornado warning. And oftentimes, because this storm has a history of producing tornadoes, the Weather Service is going to be a little more cautious about issuing these tornado warnings to make sure that everybody's aware there's still the potential there about the tornado dropping back down as it moves off towards the east. Looking at the shear tracker, let's just take a peek at that. Yeah, okay, so look to shear tracker.
Picking up on more shear.
Yeah, it is right there.
Ooh.
Brighter shades of blue showing the shear trying to re-intensify. And again, shear is another way for us to show you rotation. So shear means the winds are moving in opposite directions. And that's the sign that there's rotation within the storm. And it's just our way of showing it visually in a way that makes sense and is easier to pick out on the map. So again, if you're in Manteno, northern parts of Kankakee, Bourbonnais, if you're west of I-57 in Kankakee County, the northern part of the county, take your tornado precautions right now and let this storm pass on by. And up here to the north, you see the on the shear tracker as well, there are some blue streaks showing up. Those are likely some high winds that are developing within that storm south of Joliet. So we'll switch back to reflectivity mode and show you the presentation on the radar. Still got that really well-defined hook here near Salina, and then near Elwood up towards Frankfurt and over towards Joliet. Still some gusty winds with that part of the storm, also towards the Beecher area as well. So Cheryl, we thought we were going to be done with the tornado warnings. This one now goes till 7:30.
Yeah, and there's the possibility of more tornado warnings being issued. We can't rule that out. It is just a volatile situation this evening. And Larry, we've been forecasting this over the past really week, but in the past 24 hours after those storms yesterday, there were all signs of our severe weather threat really increasing overnight and this morning as well, as we were forecasting the parameters of the environment. And unfortunately, there's a lot of spin out there, and we have a lot of heat and humidity. I mean, we're talking temps in the 80s. Yesterday, it felt so humid. The same today, so much moisture to work with, and really the severe weather threat
90s actually, 3 rivers.
has been with us and will remain in effect as we head into the next couple of hours. So the latest here, we do have the one tornado warning that was reissued for this region, and you can see
if I have to, I will definitely cover right here.
the orange zone here, right on top of Salina. Rockville, you're out ahead of this, Bourbonnais as well, and there's Route 113, 102, I-57, and then Piatone to Manteno, including St. George. Anyone in this orange zone, please get to your safe place, stay in your shelter, lowest level of your home, basement if possible. Where we're finding this potential No confirmed tornado on the ground or observed at this point in time. This is based on radar signature and finding that spin. So right on top of Salina, and then there you can see Bondfield as well. The center of that circulation would be, if I move this up just a little bit, to the north of West Smith Road there, and then approaching 700 West Road. And you can see a lot of open land, but also I know we have some structures and homes in this vicinity as well. Out ahead of it, Rockville, Altworth, and then Bourbonnais. This will be heading in your direction. Moving to the east at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. We'll track this as this is a new warning coming into the area all the way up towards Manteno. So Salina right now, Rockville at 658, Indian Oaks at 703, and then continuing on this path within the next 15 to 20 minutes, Manteno, this will be knocking at your door. So we'll also call 706 for the Piatone area. Depending on the track here, you're just up to the north of that, but you are included in that polygon in the warned zone. So that's the one tornado warning we have on the map. Looking at velocity again, the signature not as defined as it was with some of our earlier supercell thunderstorms, but also as we take a look at that spin in the atmosphere. As I take a wider shot of this, you can really see where those storms started to develop and blossoming and then intensifying, moving through southern LaSalle, also northern Livingston, and now into parts of southern northern Kankakee, where we have that tornado warning in place right now. As I pause this, you can see we're finding some decent spin here with the shear tracks just off to the west of Salina. Sometimes it takes a bit for the radar to update to get this information in real time up to the, I should say, the very second. But with that said, I'm going to anticipate to find that shear track moving over Salina right now, but this will probably most likely intensify just a bit as we get those radar scans to continue to come in. So all evidence there of still the spin in the atmosphere. We're looking at wind gusts within these storms up to about 40 to 50 miles per hour. You can see the activity as a whole up to the north. Lake and McHenry right now, you are getting rocked. You're under the severe thunderstorm warning. Wind gusts, high wind gusts, damaging winds, a primary threat. All of the lightning, also flash flooding with the torrential downpours that are ongoing. The area that we're concerned about for tornadoes right now, south of the city, Kankakee and Will, if you do have a tornado warning, stay in your safe place. Severe thunderstorm warning for parts of eastern Will County, and then intense, powerful storms that are going to continue to move through parts of Livingston. The bulk of this likely to stay along in south of I-80, but northwest Indiana, you're out ahead of this. So this could clip far southern Newton and Jasper counties, but also watching these storms out ahead of it. But a lot of this continuing to congeal just a bit, but still some isolated nature of these cells south of the city. A lot to continue to watch as we go into the evening, and a flash flood warning was also issued for Lake and McHenry until 10 p.m. tonight. So,
Cheryl, just a couple other wind reports we're getting from that northern flank of the storm. Carey's reporting wind gusts of 49 miles per hour, and near Richfield Road and 14 up in McHenry County, a gust of 60 miles per hour. So that line of storms, which has slowed down there across our far northwestern suburbs, which you have on your map there, is producing some strong gusty winds on the order of 50 to 60 miles per hour, in addition to that really heavy torrential rain that's coming down. So we're keeping our eyes on those storms. But looking again at that tornado warning, here's the velocity data. Still showing the reds and greens right next to each other. Again, not as tight as it was, but south of the Rockville area, lifting off towards the east, towards Manteno. So again, if you're in Manteno, mentioning Rockville, take your tornado precautions right now. We have a picture coming in from Kankakee County. We were watching the storm here earlier in the Reddick area. This is from the Reddick area. Again, the tornado on the ground. We were saying the spotters were showing it on the ground. There it is, another picture of that large tornado on the ground. Again, we're hopeful it maybe not hit anything other than stayed in open fields, but this was a long-lived tornado that was back towards the Streeter area and ran all the way here into Kankakee County. Then it finally weakened a little bit, and the southern storm that we were watching real closely intensified and produced a tornado as well. So these pictures are coming in, and we'll likely get some videos here over the next couple of moments as our newsroom collects some of the information coming in. We'll show more of these pictures of the tornadoes that we've seen out there so far. across the southern half of our viewing area as we've gone through the course of the afternoon. Shear tracker, again, a good way to indicate where the rotation is. Still showing up at times. It kind of fluctuates a little bit, but this is heading towards the Manteno area where that rotation marker is located. We have the severe thunderstorm warning up here for the rest of Will County, or a good part of Will County as well. And then severe thunderstorm warnings up here across the northern suburbs as well. Look at all the lightning. Let me throw in the lightning counter with this activity, because in this area that I have on the map, in the past 5 minutes, over 2,000 lightning strikes. And those are just the cloud-to-ground lightning strikes. Those are the lightning strikes we can detect. You can't measure the amount of lightning going on from cloud to cloud. There are two types of lightning, one that goes from the cloud to the ground, and the other one that goes from cloud to cloud. In this case, these are cloud-to-ground lightning strikes, well over 2,000 in our area going on basically at this moment. That's how intense these thunderstorms are as they're pushing through our area. And highlighting again the flash flooding potential, we have the flash flood warning for Lake County until 10 o'clock, and then the severe thunderstorm warning in effect here for parts of Lake McHenry and parts of Kane County as well, and the new severe thunderstorm warning for DeKalb, Lee, and Ogle counties until 7:45. Let me take the map down to that area because this just popped on while I was speaking. There's the outline of that warning. This is for winds to 60 miles per hour heading towards the DeKalb area. So this is the first warning we've had for this part of the storm as it's moving off towards the east. And it will likely accelerate a little bit in speed as the cold front catches up to it. In fact, that cold front is just about ready to push into much of our area and accelerate through. It's 81 in Kankakee. It's down to 69 in Rockford, and still in the 80s in Northwest Indiana. Cheryl?
Yes, thank you so much. And we do want to bring you the latest with the storms and the updates and warnings that remain in place. We also want to bring the message to you. We know the Stanley Cup game starting at 7 p.m. this evening, and we will get you that game, and we'll switch over to streaming on abc7chicago.com. So we'll get you that, and we'll continue to monitor the storms as well. If you're under those warnings, you can find us streaming at any time. But for now, we want to bring you still the latest with the storms ongoing across the area. We have the storms up to the north, Waukegan, Lake County, severe thunderstorm warnings here with wind gusts upwards of 40, 50 miles per hour, torrential downpours and rain here, very heavy expected here with flash flood warnings in place until 10 p.m. And we are getting reports in around northern Illinois of some flooded roadways beginning to happen because these storms are continuing to train and they're producing very heavy rain in a short amount of time over the same areas. I'm going to take off lightning, so just so you can get an idea here of where we're finding the heaviest rain. We look for those higher reflectivity values of yellow, oranges, red. So Lake back towards Cary, DeKalb, very heavy rain for you. And again, the lightning is associated with these. Will County, severe thunderstorm warning for you until 7:30. And then we do have that tornado warning that does remain in effect for parts of Kankakee and Will County. So here's the very latest on that. You can see that warning in effect until 7:30. This basically slices right through two counties here. So we have Kankakee and Will, and this is moving over Manteno and I-57. I believe we are getting reports of a potential tornado touchdown at this point in time, very close to the Bondfield area. So these storms have been cycling through and still the potential of tornadoes in this region. So we're going to watch this very closely. Rockville, Altorf, and Manteno, you're in this zone, so be in your safe place. I do want to switch over to velocity just to get the latest scan. And still finding some broad rotation within these storms, but certainly not the tight couplets that we were once seeing just about 35 minutes ago, but still some signs and some signatures here of some very high wind gusts, likely upwards of 60 miles per hour as this crosses over I-57, Piatone, Manteno, down towards St. George. You're included in this warning. So please be advised the potential still of a tornado on the ground, not out of the question. Larry, as we continue to watch this storm with the latest updates coming in.
Yeah, and that rotation where we got the potential tornado still on the ground.
The new tornado warning that's just been issued for
Iroquois, Kankakee, and Newton counties.
Yes.
So this is a different spot right now. So let me take you to that supercell that's just developed. There you can see it flashing on the map. Cheryl's got it there too until 7:45. This second supercell, again, producing a potential tornado here. It's a red outline box, so it's not confirmed, but there's potential there for a tornado near Beaverville, and then over towards Pembroke, and then towards Beaver as well. In Indiana, we'll have to watch for this potential tornado to come through over the next 45 minutes or so. The storm up there in northern parts of Kankakee County that is producing a tornado at this point. Again, if you're in Manteno, it's still heading in your direction. So take tornado precautions in Manteno.
Rebecca, I gotta use the restroom. Okay, guys, see you back in a bit.
And that latest report we have of the tornado on the ground here near this area, near Bonefield, is that storm that's moving towards Manteno as we speak. So again, tornado potentially still on the ground in this area. Cheryl, I know hockey's going to start here in about 3 minutes, so just to alert everybody too, we're going to go to our streaming channel, abc7chicago.com if you don't have the app, but I encourage you to download the ABC7 app and you can continue to follow us throughout the evening. And also we're on Disney Plus as well. We're streaming on Disney Plus this severe weather coverage as we do all of our newscasts.
Yeah, it's a busy night in terms of weather, outdoor activities in Chicago, and sports. Certainly, we are trying to cover it all for you. We definitely want to make sure everyone stays safe. So we're going to continue to monitor this as we go into the evening, and you can find us anywhere you stream. For the very latest, we're looking up to the north with a strong line of rain and storms, just to give you a recap of what we are expecting and anticipating into the night. We'll look at Chicago just up to the south, the lightning, the heavy rain. We do have the new tornado warning that was issued for parts of southern Kankakee. This now extends into Newton County here. So please be advised, under this warning, you need to take shelter, stay in your safe place. More showers and storms expected back to the west, and these will continue to fill in. So as we put satellite and radar into motion combined, just to give you an idea, the sense of the volatility with these storms this evening as they move to the east, satellite and radar showing the intense line there with the severe thunderstorm warnings up to the north, isolated cells here to the south, still the possible bringing some rotation, tornadic activity with the tornado warnings on the map, and then an additional line for southern Livingston County at this point in time. Once we get these storms to become a bit more linear, it will be moving to the east and likely by about 8, 9, 10 o'clock, moving into the city and then continuing its way off to the east. So we have a few more hours of the severe weather on the map. Futurecast indicating by about 9, 10 o'clock, northwest Indiana, as this does become a bit more linear. We'll still watch out for some isolated tornadoes, and then we'll also likely watch out for those straight line winds. But Larry, we're going to continue to cover all of this for everyone, and we're going to send it over to the Stanley Cup Finals. You can find us streaming on abc7chicago.com or anywhere you stream. And good evening, everyone. We are continuing here to monitor the severe weather situation. Larry, we have multiple warnings on the radar right now in terms of severe thunderstorm warnings and 2 tornado warnings still in place for parts of the region. It's been an active night, a dangerous night with confirmed tornadoes touching down. The biggest threat right now we have had observed and confirmed tornadoes with this cell here for parts of the Rockville area, Manteno. This does include Southernville and Kankakee counties. We're still finding that inflow into the storm, rotation still being noted, that severe or that tornado warning still in effect until 7:30. So this is approaching Manteno and I-57. So the possibility here of a tornado not out of the question, still with a new additional tornado warning that was issued for Newton County in our area, as this will be sliding to the east until 7:45. So the far southern portion of Kankakee into Newton now, and this will be getting close to McClellan here as we head into about the next 30 to 45 minutes. And we'll continue not only monitoring radar, but also watching rotation out there this evening. So right on top of Rockville, we're still noting some signature here of some spin in the atmosphere, but not as distinct as what we were seeing just about 30 to 45 minutes ago. But we had reports. We have storm spotters out there this evening of a few tornadoes touching down in this area. I want to take the latest velocity here, and there you can see almost a better defined couplet with the red next to that bright, almost green to white color there. This is to the south of St. Anne, Pembroke here, including in this, and just to the north there of Beaverville. I actually want to take a quick little look into the velocity. This is showing very high winds. So just a quick little scan, and we're finding those winds up to at least 60 miles per hour. Potential for those winds to be a bit stronger here not out of the question. We're also showing you our ABC7 storm tracker out there on the roads this evening, and they are actually en route to Streator. And that's where we had a confirmed tornado touchdown, that large wedge tornado that we were showing the video of. So anyone under a tornado warning, do not take them lightly this evening. These storms have had a history of producing tornadoes. They're bringing strong tornadoes to the area, damage being reported, and once Eric does get there, he's heading south there on I-80. He will be bringing us a live picture and update from that area. And Larry, I hope that we're not seeing anything too destructive out of this, but there have been signs of some very strong wedge tornadoes touching ground this evening.
Yeah, so far we haven't seen any major reports of damage. Fingers crossed it stays that way. One of the things that we'll be able to assess tomorrow from the pictures that we've seen of the tornadoes is they've likely carved a path in some of the fields that have soybeans and corn out there. So we'll be able to see the path of that storm from our chopper as we send it up tomorrow and take a look and see if hopefully there isn't any damage, but oftentimes when you get a big tornado like that, it leaves a trail right through the fields that you can easily see where the circulation is spinning as it's passing right through. So just to reset, here's all the severe weather warnings we have in place. There's 2 tornado warnings, this one until 7:30, this one until 7:45, and then the severe thunderstorm warnings that are in place as well. These storms are moving not as fast as we probably might, but they're still moving at a pretty decent clip at about 30 to 40 miles per hour. This portion of the storm complex is not moving that fast at all. That's why we got the fast flood warnings right for this storm. There's another part of the storm that we've been focusing on too that I want to highlight again. That's down here towards the Pontiac area and southward. This is starting to take on more of a derecho type of impact to it as it tracks towards Champaign. This could reach the parts of northwest Indiana, especially south, let's say Rensselaer, over the next hour or so, because it will reach the state line by 8 o'clock. And hopefully what happens is this kind of sucks the energy out of the atmosphere before it moves farther north. Because the setup today had all this moisture flowing up from the south. If you get a thunderstorm complex to the south of where we are, it shuts down that flow of moisture northward and can sometimes lead to a weakening trend in storms that are up in our area. So fingers crossed that stays the case there, but we're watching that for cluster storms move off toward the east. And just to highlight some other spots here, DeKalb, you're in the thick of some pretty heavy thunderstorms right now. We project for some high winds. And then also up here across Lake County, we've been getting hit pretty hard for the past 30 minutes to 45 minutes with real heavy downpours, quite a bit of lightning and gusty winds. But even in this area, you can see the intensity of the storm has shown some signs of weakening. So we have all good signs up here in the north, not great signs, but to take whatever we can get in this situation, the storm is showing some signs of weakening. Even back towards the county, there's some subtle signs of the storm weakening, but we're really going to get into it and account for it in the next couple of moments. Across the city, much of Cook County and much of the city is just seeing some showers and some general thunderstorms push on through. A little heavier thunderstorm now in southern Cook County, down to Van Ryan, going I-57 as well, crossing over the Skyway. Of course, down into Will County, that's where we've got the tornado warning still in effect. Let's just look at that a little more closely again. Right over in Mantino right now, we need to be taking your tornado precautions. We've been mentioning that for the past 20 minutes or so. Mantino, the worst is right over you as we speak. The velocity data is showing that circulation right over Mantino, approximately 57 as we speak. So this is the spot where the tornado is still happening in this general area and tracking off towards the east. So if you're over towards Grant Park, not Grant Park in the city, but county Grant Park, take your tornado precautions in this area too. We're technically not under the tornado warning, but we'll see if they extend it off towards your area. Nonetheless, the threat is there for some very high winds. We'll just trim this down. Michelle, this is still in effect until 7:30 or 7:15.
In fact, they just announced that they will be canceling the tornado warning for Kankakee and the Mantino area, but the biggest parts of it have this.
7:15.
I believe it's 7:30.
I think it's 7:30. Yeah, rather really small box highlighting where the circulation is so much bigger with that storm. And the other storm as well, showing the circulation of that one. That one's tightening up. That one's really looking.
That one's definitely more impressive.
Yeah, this is near Leesville right now. You can see the circulation there. Here, we'll go up and let it push it over towards the center line.
tornado watch.
Buffalo, Michigan, and West Michigan from Michigan City, Indiana to St. Joseph, Michigan, 5 nautical miles offshore to Big Lake. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail, and damaging wind in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. This is NOAA Weather Radio Station WXK 57 in South Bend. Visit our website viaweather.gov/IWX. The current time is 8:09 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Here are the 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time weather conditions. At South Bend, skies were mostly sunny. The temperature was 82 degrees, the dew point 69, and the relative humidity 64%. The wind was out at 16 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.69 inches and falling. Around the region, at Summit, it was sunny with a temperature of 82. It was mostly sunny with a temperature of 87 at Lafayette and 84 at Fort Wayne. It was partly
There's a tornado watch, guys. No further notice. Give me a second here, guys. We have to change tornado watch. So we're gonna go to Michigan Storm Chasers now. I hope they're covering this now, because if they're not, we're gonna be having pissy problems. But yeah, there is now a tornado watch. I repeat, there is a tornado watch now for St. Joseph County until midnight, I think. I don't know. I was in the restroom. We are now under a tornado watch. A tornado watch. So we're currently now under a tornado watch. So stand by while I get some shit around here real quick.
Once again, if that hits 50, I'm going to do 10. That puts us at 60. And then we're just going to change the goal to 100.
We're going to change it over. Okay, please. Okay, please. Someone, bleed a local TV station on.
Very high likelihood for damaging winds. I do think that is going to be still our main concern as we're heading into this evening. Large hail, maybe some of that. I do think that
tornado watch. This is a tornado watch.
Definitely a lower end risk compared to what we're seeing from wind as well as tornadoes. So we'll kind of reset things back here, show you a look at what we're seeing on radar. Looks like things are trying to load. There we go. Still quite a bit of a light.
Okay, there's now a tornado watch for our area.
Segment that's moving through. I'm going to turn off our lightning.
I'm going to look at one more thing real quick before I get into tornado watch mode.
Going to watch this line here specifically. There's a couple of these little white spots, almost silverish color. That would usually
we're under tornado watch now until further notice. So we are going to keep an eye on this. We are now under a tornado watch for the next 6 hours.
But I still don't think it's our main threat. Main threat looks to be, with these Boeing segments specifically, strong.
Come on, show up or I'm going to be.
Looking at the chance for some of these winds.
We're on WZZM right now.
Closer to the 80-mile-an-hour mark. Embedded within that, possibly a little bit of rotation, and that's what can create some of those thunderstorms. That
as long as we got power, we're staying on.
So we've been talking about that all day long, all evening long. I'm going to switch back to our watches here and see if our product is loaded in. Does not look like it has quite yet. Still, I want to reiterate.
To partners.
All right. Yeah, it sounds like some of those. It sounds like the watch is having a bit of an issue being issued out.
Okay, we are having.
Hansen is behind this.
We're gonna go to Michigan Storm Chasers right now and see what they're saying. Because yes, we are now under a tornado watch. A tornado watch. This is nothing to not be taken lightly. This is a tornado watch. A tornado watch. Come on, there's a tornado watch. You're not doing anything. Do your damn job, you idiots. It says 8:10. It's 8:13. You guys should be doing your job right now. There's a tornado watch. Michigan Storm Chasers, supporting our state. Yeah, you're right. You're not supporting nothing. Yeah, I'm on it right now. I don't see it. Mr. Storm Chaser supporting our state. You're not doing nothing right now. You're just.
Donna just discovered that on Vintage.
Yeah, so we have a tornado watch going on right now, guys. It says they're on right now, and all I see right now is now it's on. There's a tornado watch for our county, for Cass County and St. Joseph County, Michigan. I'm going to. We're staying on, like I said, we're staying on until we lose power. I don't know what county it's for, do you? Here we. No, I do not know what county it's in, but tornado. Wow, the whole state. Saginaw, St. Joseph, Van Buren, until midnight tonight. Midnight. Oh, guys. Tornado watch. Tornado watch has been issued for your area. Tornado watch for Indiana, Michigan, and Ohio until midnight tonight. Okay, we are under a tornado watch. A tornado watch. This is where we stay on until further notice. We got camera. I'll go get the radio. But yeah, we are under a tornado watch. I'm not trying to be doing a ratings grab or nothing. But yeah, we have a.
Inspired, but I figured I'd have it all by the time.
That's a good old song. That's a good song. Come on, guys, start yakking.
Good evening, everybody. Chief Meteorologist Joesph here, live with you guys on this June 11th, 2020.
Roads could suffer significant
Current time is 8
including tornadoes, large hail, and
warning of the night popping in here. Portions of West Michigan. We also have a tornado watch that was just issued for most of the state, especially the lower peninsula. We'll go ahead and read off the considerable severe thunderstorm warning that just popped in. Go ahead and pop off my camera here real quick. The National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Allegan County, Ottawa County, and Muskegon County in central Michigan and southwest central Michigan until 9:45 p.m. At 8:11, a severe thunderstorm was located 31 miles west of Collins State Park, or 36 miles northwest of South Haven, moving east at 60 miles per hour. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour winds. And also penny-sized hail is possible with the storm. It is radar indicated. It is still on Lake Michigan. If you are anywhere in Muskegon, Ottawa, and Allegan counties, you guys are in this considerable severe thunderstorm warning. They have listed here, of course, the tornado watch remaining in effect until 2 a.m. And the hazards, once again, are 70-mile-per-hour winds, 0.75-inch hail, and a tornado possible with this line of storms. So right now, if you guys are just tuning in, feel free to smash that like button. Again, we're going to be live here for multiple hours this evening. It's kind of what we do. Again, we will be live until the last warning is done tonight. The computer is already running hot this evening. So bear with me as I try to get rid of our tabs here. Hopefully, see my face a little bit better. Also going to go ahead
Tornado watch.
Tornado watch details really quickly here. I'm also going to pull those up behind the scenes. This is issued by the Storm Prediction Center until 2 a.m. Right now, if you guys are just tuning in and wondering, is there any severe weather in Michigan yet? The answer is no. We're watching this Boeing segment right now as it moves in to West Michigan. And it's going to be heading straight for downtown Grand Rapids, Holland, Grand Haven, and Allegan at the time.
in 1 second here as I toggle off and toggle on my camera again. My PC is running really hot. You guys have already blown up this stream. We have 12,000 of you guys watching right now, so I appreciate you very much for tuning in. Right now, again, no severe weather in Michigan yet, but we're getting close. You can see on screen right now is that Bow Echo segment that is heading directly for the US 31 corridor, which is from Muskegon down to the South Haven area. And again, we never want to see that backwards C that you see on screen. So
come on, 3. Channel 3 comes on. We're watching Channel 3. We're not watching Michigan Storm Chasers. We're watching Channel 3. So right now, there is a tornado watching until midnight tonight. This is something we do not play around with. When it says warning, we duck and cover. It's their ass in the air. Ooh, velocity doesn't look good near Holland.
Gusty winds. So anytime you see these blues popping up on radar, that is not only 60 mile per hour winds, but perhaps 70 mile per hour winds as well. So if we on it.
Okay, we're staying on until we lose power. So when we lose power, we're dark.
Try and get one of the other guys in here real quick while I try to figure out.
Oh, shoot. You guys are really not helping the community out doing that. You get it, I'm not watching Storm Chasers. Yeah, you try to do your job. What you do, you put a trailer, you put a commercial in the middle of the damn stream. I could die.
It's not going to take too long before it gets there. We're also going to have our weather cameras up here very soon to show off in terms of.
We're not going to be watching these guys much longer because they're idiots. LSP should be on tomorrow. I should wait until tomorrow to watch her because right now we are not ready to play this game with these people. Okay, there is some crap over in the Gary area, it looks like, right now. And I'm not watching Michigan Storm Chasers because they're idiots. Because they're already right now causing death.
Tornado coming together right now, north of Solid, south of Beecher, coming up towards.
There we go.
And southeast Grove in Indiana.
Tornado warning in Indiana.
Minutes on the clock for Cedar Lake. If that rotation holds together all the way until it gets to Cedar Lake.
Okay, Ryan's going through hell, so I'm not going to Ryan right now. You see Chicago 7 saying.
Just about to say this is the one tornado warning that we have, but another one was just issued here for Lake and Will counties and just to this.
Good, Channel 7 is doing it. Let's go to WZZM 13. Want a station that actually will talk about it and not be a bitch and put crap in the middle of their.
Our coverage
there we
on
go.
The left side of the screen. This is what is important this evening because these type of winds will cause power outages. They will cause damage. We're coming off the heels of strong storms and pockets yesterday evening, so that will even reinforce
the guy
some
from
of that
Facebook
tree damage. Maybe some of those trees are much weaker coming off the heels of yesterday's storms, and now we're going to reintroduce some 70 mile per hour winds.
Absolutely, even some US.
You guys need to fix your twit. I like having commercials in the middle of the tornado warning, right?
I also want to know that
next time the commercial pops up.
Morning having the considerable but also tornado possible.
So you guys have to fix it.
That is why it's so important for us to be able to stress that yes, this is a storm where we could see some pretty significant impacts out of it. I mean, here in West Michigan, we are familiar with straight line winds.
Mm-hmm.
We know how much damage they can do, and that sometimes they can be more destructive than tornadoes.
Yeah, so this is the time right now for those at the lakeshore. You know, while we are mostly talking about a wind threat because we do not have a tornado warning ongoing right now. We have the broader tornado watch across West Michigan, but right now the main threat here is for considerable straight line winds. It is still that time to utilize that severe weather plan. We talk about it all year long, especially here in the spring season, the early summer, that this is the time to utilize that plan, especially if you do not have a basement, if you do not have interior walls to protect yourself and possibly others in your residence. So that is something to really be in mind here, especially for, again, Muskegon, Ottawa, Allegan County. That is where this Bow Echo is surging in from the west. This is likely going to be arriving at the lakeshore within the next 20 to 30 minutes. I think about 8:45-ish is going to be about that raw time for these lakeshore communities for when this line is going to come in. And it does look like if there's a specific spot that I want to highlight here, it is roughly between Holland and Saugatuck, with maybe some of those strongest winds coming on shore. And that's what we're going to be looking at as this evening goes on in terms of how does this line of thunderstorm activity behaves. We are noticing some strong winds in our atmosphere. There's a better look at the velocity product here. And again, this is the measure of wind in our atmosphere. And you can see.
I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to go to channel.
Notch that can be forming along this line.
I got to look up some real quick. I'll be back a second.
Tornado risk.
I need a board.
As for the warning itself, this was at about 8:11, so 10 minutes ago. Severe thunderstorms were located 31 miles west of the Holland State Park, or 36 miles northwest of South Haven. South Haven moving eastward at 60 miles per hour. The hazard still remains here for 70-mile-per-hour winds and potentially some penny to nickel-sized hail. So the hail aspect is not necessarily our main concern, but don't be surprised if there is some small hail embedded in these thunderstorms that develop as they press through. Again, some of the wind gusts here being detected are meeting that severe criteria, 60 to 70 plus miles per hour working on shore. And again, all this is radar indicated right now because, of course, this is over the heart of Lake Michigan, but this will be quickly on shore as the hour goes by. Again, another little timer here. We have 8:39 at the Holland State Park, 8:45 at Holland itself. Definitely noticing a few thunderstorms out ahead of that main line.
Out-of-state license fees, gas money, a place to stay. I've spent too much money to figure it out on the fly. When I head out of state using hybrid maps, LiDAR, as well as property owner information, I can see the cover, read the terrain, find pinch points, understand where I can and cannot hunt before I ever leave home. By the time I get there, it feels like I've hunted it 100 times.
That being said, it also means that you don't have a lot of lead time typically, and that's going to be the case throughout much of tonight, especially when it comes to these winds that are likely to be really impressive when we start to get reports by the end of the night. It also means that this is going to pass through the area pretty quickly. So by midnight, our severe risk should be done. This is a shorter period of time.
Okay, guys, we just got. I seen the board what I need to see, and it looks like we're gonna have a tornado watch until 2 a.m. tomorrow. So I'm gonna get no sleep tonight.
Yeah, I think for right now we still have a little bit of time. It is 8:25 here in the evening. For those in the back, I think we're gonna let this go back to the NHL finals for a few minutes, and then we're going to probably re-interrupt programming, be back in the split box as these storms work on shore, at least when we start to notice that there is starting to become reports brought in from those lakeshore communities of what is going on. So it is 8:26. We're going to let you go back and watch the game in full. We'll have you covered the rest of this evening. By the way, if you want to watch our coverage, we'll continue this on our streaming app, the 13 on Your Side app that you can download for free. All right, we're going to send you back to the NHL Finals.
Okay, you're staying on YouTube, so that's good. Okay, it's still on. Oh, please don't. You guys are more reliable than some other places, I can tell you now. Since 13, since 3 and 8, I'm doing it. I'm on WZZ, I'm 13.
We created a cocktail that requires 7 unique ingredients. The most important one. When I switch this over to velocity, this will be very telling. Those bright greens that
Here we go, we're now on 3.
leading edge and immediately behind the leading edge of the storms, packing.
We'll stay on 3. We're under tornado watch until 2 a.m. tonight.
Packing a pretty significant punch as far as wind is concerned. So I'm
we
just
might-
checking a couple things. I wanted to see if our photographer. Let me see. We're gonna try something really quickly on here. We'll see if our photographer is out at the lake shore with some images for us. Okay, so this is our photographer Forrest, and he's out in South Haven. So he is, of course, a little south of that main line. That is severe warned right now, but we're going to be continuing to monitor his feed from the lakeshore. So that is, again, a live picture from South Haven's South Beach. And, it could get a little dicey there even as well within the hour. But no warning right now in South Haven. Only the warning for Muskegon, Ottawa, and Allegan counties. So I'm going to switch this back over to my weather radar, and we'll get another kind of idea of the wind potential within this storm. Then we'll put a track on it for you as well. But yeah, there were some really significant wind gusts with this line as it worked its way through portions of Wisconsin, places like Kenosha, Wisconsin. So those brighter greenish blues that you see there, those are wind speeds, again, upwards.
I will check one more time before I forget.
That could be.
I'll check one more time. If she's not on there, then we're going to say forget that video I want to watch, but we're staying on.
Right for I-196 within the next, I would say.
We're staying on until midnight.
If not even sooner than that. So, like I said, I would treat that like a tornado warning, and the inside, away from windows, preferably lowest level of your home, most interior room. So this is our first batch of warnings of the night. There are additional storms that have been firing off to the southwest. The orientation of this line is a little concerning as well. Whenever we see that kind of southwest to northeast orientation, kind of like I drew a line there, that can be a little bit concerning for those storms able to tap into some low-level shear a little bit more efficiently than a line that's just, say, north-south. This is your classic bow echo signature on radar, though. This is a basically multi-cell thunderstorm complex that's exhibiting some really strong wind potential. And again, where we expect some of the strongest wind in these sort of scenarios is right along what we call the apex of that bow, right?
Mm.
So right where it kind of
Wait,
maxes
what?
out, right in the center, right there. That's where you're expecting some of the most intense winds. So that would be Holland, that would be Saugatuck, that would be Benville. All of you, if I've mentioned your locations, I would be, like I said, taking this very, very seriously. Let me provide you a track and we'll get an estimate on the timing. Again, this is a severe thunderstorm.
Okay, guys.
This warning goes through.
We're under tornado watch until 2 a.m., but we're staying on. We're not going to the basement yet.
At 60 miles.
I think I need to go to the basement. Yes.
Just like last night, if you were watching, and we of course dealt with that line of storms last night.
Okay. Everything is taken care of.
Anytime we have
When it says warning.
it doesn't take as much for them to mix down some really, really strong wind. So given that it's
So
moving so fast, this
we'll
is
find
gonna be a
out.
little tricky.
Right now it's 8 o'clock. Right now we're good right now. It's 8:30. We're getting close to that window where it. I say tornado watch, not warning. Watch. If we're under warning, we'll go downstairs.
You got, maybe 10 to 15 minutes. Now, that's when the storm will hit. That's not to say that, just like last night, you could get a gust front out ahead of this leading edge that could still produce some really strong wind.
So there is a tornado watch until 2 a.m. today. They changed it from midnight to 2 a.m.
And then Plainfield,
Motorcycle.
9:15, and then Lowell a little bit just before 9:30. So those are just some locations.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a look. I'm gonna take a look somewhere real quick.
A few other spots on the map as well.
Oh shit, my radio.
So hold on, bear with me just a second. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna wear my glasses too because yours truly is getting old. I'm so old. Just kidding. However, I-196 right through Allegan County. Some of the storms are going to start to arrive. This little cell out ahead of the main line isn't necessarily what we're super worried about. It's more this, where the more potent wind.
So you might see the rain and storms picking up right now if you're in Saugatuck and even in the Holland area. So like Oval Beach up to Holland State Park is seeing some rain right now, some thunder, some lightning. Anyone at the lakeshore needs to be preferably getting indoors to a well-structured building.
Can't get into it. They won't.
I know a lot of folks like to venture out to the lake and watch these storms roll in.
Radio.
I get it. You know, you're at least
That's why I don't
generally
fit.
not around any big trees when you're parking along the silly. And you need to wait this out, and preferably, like I said, I would like you in a building, because this does have some very strong wind potential with it. So good amount of lightning, some heavy rain starting.
So I'll be back in a hot second, guys. I'm gonna look up front.
Already. And some of those locations.
Yeah.
Fenville,
So give me a minute, I'll be back in a minute, guys.
you have the greatest potential in the next, I would say, 15 to 20 minutes as these storms move onshore of seeing 70 mile per hour winds. That is enough to do some considerable damage. Larger trees, tree limbs, that's enough to even rip off like shingles off of your roof. Not the entire roof, but enough to do some damage in that way as well. But again, if you are in South Haven, even South Haven as well, you know, you got a little bit more time, but we're, I think, very likely to see an additional severe thunderstorm warning, at the very least, extended farther south into Van Buren County. It's just that storm shape has it taking a little bit longer to get here. But sometimes, what I was getting at earlier, when storm lines, especially with the ingredients we have in play, when they take on that sort of a shape, when they're almost like southwest to northeast oriented, that basically just puts them a little bit more perpendicular to the low level flow, and that can help generate spin in the atmosphere and the lower atmosphere especially. So that's almost more concerning for a tornado threat. Now that being said, within this warning, you might even notice, although it doesn't say it there, they did go with a tornado possible mention, so that just means the tornadoes are still possible and we should be very much on guard for them, which is again not surprising given that this storm complex has a history of producing, I believe, I'm not sure if it's been confirmed yet, but near Kenosha, Wisconsin, there were some pretty convincing radar signatures a little bit earlier this evening, and this was that same storm complex as it worked its way through portions of eastern Wisconsin, southeast Wisconsin. So that's the latest for now. We're going to stay on here, by the way. It's going to be a long several hours. Oh man, I shouldn't be calling my mother-in-law. Okay, she's just north of that tornado warning down in northwest Indiana. So the one maybe silver lining here is that there were some really, really nasty storms in north central Illinois. I'm pretty sure there was a pretty violent tornado tonight in Streeter, Illinois. Another one I believe that same cell produced what I believe is another tornado in Dwight, Illinois. That's right off I-55. And then, like I said, I believe there could have been another one in Kenosha, Wisconsin. So at least a few that have already happened today. Some of the more tornadic weather so far has been concentrated a little bit to our southwest. And most of those supercells are on a trajectory that hopefully keeps them to our south. So some of the worst storms, the most tornadic storms, if you will, are expected hopefully to stay a little bit off to our south and west. I'm telling our photographer to try and angle his shot a little bit more to the northwest. Let's see really quickly. So this was again the view. So Forrest, our photographer, is traveling. That is South Haven. That's, if you're familiar with South Haven, you're very familiar with that. That's the walk right down to the beach.
Okay. All right, guys. I just had to double check something real quick.
The name of the street changes when you get down along the Black River Channel. But he is heading to try and get a little bit better of a view. You can very much see that kind of ominous sky.
Your channel logo's on the vehicle, so that's good.
Inland, so away from where the storm's coming. But he's, like I said,
by then I will reset. By then, I'm not doing a 2 hour. I'm not doing an hour that's long. The warning is until 2 a.m. So we'll see what happens. As long as we are on, we'll stay on until we can, guys. But yeah, if I have to, I will reset the stream.
Down in Hobart, Indiana, if you're familiar. Portage, Indiana, not Portage, Michigan.
Ooh, that's near Valparaiso.
That's my old stomping grounds in a way. That's where I went to college in Valpo. So
See?
I'm very familiar with that area.
I'm smart.
Family down there, so I'm kind of keeping tabs on that. That is an observed tornado warning as well. That is not a good situation for our friends in Northwest Indiana right now. So definitely keep.
Valpo's 100 miles from here.
Great. Hello, sir. We're obviously on the stream. Do you need anything right now? Okay, cool. Yeah, he's. I can see him driving. It's really perfect. It's like awesome to have that live view. So, yeah, if he can orient a little bit farther to the northwest, I think he'll get a good view. So really quickly,
So he's
I'm just gonna scan
he's from.
for any
Ooh.
rotation or anything.
Shush.
That looks a little concerning.
Port Sheldon, Holland.
It's
Shit.
surging. That would be headed just for
We got something maybe in the Holland, Saugatuck.
Holland. So if you're in
Holland, Saugatuck, Port Sheldon.
seriously. And
Might be
I've been saying this since this morning.
Yeah, so
I
it'd
would
be.
treat these like a tornado warning.
careful.
With an abundance of caution. They have the potential to do stronger wind damage than yesterday.
Okay, Saugatuck, Holland, Port Sheldon, Grand Haven, Allendale, Jamestown, Hart, Saugatuck
Down to about
is
the worst of it down to about Saugatuck. However, still some really strong winds.
those communities there are right now in hot water. That's it. I do Cass County, St. Joseph County, Michigan. That's high. Okay, we're in Valparaiso now. Ooh, 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 ooh.
I'm just quickly looking at this storm.
Lake Sheldon, Ellsworth, Will Creek, Indiana, New Chicago, Indiana, Deep River, Indiana.
So this is just one of several tornadoes that has already happened today with
Near Gary, Indiana.
well off to our southwest. So numerous in Illinois, I believe at least possibly one in Wisconsin, and that one in Wisconsin was the same Boeing complex of storms. Kenosha. So the same line.
This is dangerous, guys. This is something not to be playing with. We might go downstairs. We might have to go downstairs. We're staying on. As long as we got power, we're staying on. We're not going anywhere until we lose power. We will stay on until we lose power. If we lose power, we're going downstairs.
And possibly we could see those, the embedded rotation in that here shortly.
Or if I'm lucky, or if I think it's too late, I'll just go into the hallway with 3 steps.
I don't even have to read the comments. I'm sure a lot of people are saying, like, when is it going to hit X? When is it going to hit this spot? Generally speaking, these storms are moving east at about 55.
If we do get storm, I'm not gonna get much sleep tonight, I don't think.
So what I'm going to do now is kind of extrapolate some of these, the storm motion, and we'll try and get you kind of an idea for some just major areas.
Right now it's 8:42 p.m. Eastern time.
You know, the biggest question right now is how this area kind of develops off to the southwest. You know, as it looks now on radar, we'll have to see if this.
We're not going anywhere. We're staying on, guys, until further notice.
The southern flank kind of continues to build off to the southwest, then this could be like a threat for our southern 2 tiers of counties. However, as I see it right now, what I could very well see happening is we get some sort of a bow that extends through kind of our northern half of the viewing area, probably clips Kalamazoo, and then this larger complex that's, you know, producing some tornadoes in northwest Indiana, that could miss us or crawl right along the
state line
down there along I-80 and stay maybe just south of the Michigan-Indiana line. We'll see if that happens. Again, this is the biggest area of question. We also had a little pocket of some showers and decaying thunderstorms that worked their way.
They have not seen nothing yet, so we're gonna keep an eye on this.
Inhibiting factor. We were talking about that during our newscast earlier on. But let me get an idea of timing for some folks.
I'm just checking some real quick, guys, before I forget. Okay, we are.
I would guesstimate, and I say guesstimate, like this is pretty accurate, but don't necessarily trust it down to
Near Chicago, they did.
I would just use it.
Okay, 8:35-ish.
Window of about 15 minutes on either side.
9:35-ish.
We now have a tornado warning, so we got to get on there.
Okay, Ottawa County now has a tornado warning.
I'm sure they're listening. Okay.
It's near Grand Rapids.
All right. Let's look at this.
We're gonna. I'll pop the weather radio on.
So this
Hear the warning.
is wow. Okay, so that's imagery from this storm from South Haven.
She was maybe heavily swamped by waves. Ware, Mason, Oceana, Muskegon, Ottawa, Allegan, and Van Buren counties. When? From this evening through Friday morning. Impacts. Strong currents can pull swimmers into deeper water and highways can sweep people off piers. Additional details. Winds will increase this evening out of the southwest, building waves to 3 to 6 feet tonight. The waves will persist into the morning hours of Friday. Dangerous waves and currents are expected tonight and Friday morning. Storms that sweep across the lake this evening may reach severe levels. Remain out of the water to avoid hazardous swimming conditions and do not venture out of piers. Please check with your local authorities on potential beach closures. For the following areas, near shore and open waters from South Haven to Whitehall, Michigan, at 8:33 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Severe thunderstorms capable of producing water depths and wind gusts in excess of 50 knots were located along a line extending from 8 nautical miles southwest of Mona Lake Channel to 11 nautical miles northwest of South Haven Light, moving east at 50 knots. Hazard.
Okay, there's a report of water spout near South Haven.
Go ahead and.
Okay, guys, there was a report of a water spout near South Haven.
Yeah, we're doing the same thing.
So the county, Holland. If you live in Holland, if you live in Ottawa County, that's part of Holland, Michigan. That's all I'm gonna say. Holland, Michigan. For your warning.
Central Michigan, and the adjacent waters of Lake Michigan. Waters found that can result in locally hazardous disease. See Safe Harbor.
Several minutes. This goes through 9:30 p.m. This is for most of Ottawa.
South Haven to Holland.
Zealand, Port Sheldon, and the Hudsonville area in direct path of a storm capable of producing a tornado. That's the same Boeing segment of storms, by the way, that first prompted our first severe thunderstorm warning tonight, which goes for another 30 minutes or so. We're going to continue to stay with this, but we have a now tornado warning in effect for a large portion of Ottawa County. And we want you to take this seriously, getting inside and away from windows as best you can. In most interior rooms,
I'm on 3's YouTube channel right now. I'm on 3's YouTube. I'm on Channel 3's YouTube channel right now.
Put a track on it for you. We're going to give you kind of a down to the minute update. I'm currently gathering some of the latest information from the National Weather Service. This does not have a confirmed tornado right now. This is for radar indicated potential of a tornado. But this entire
Ottawa County is part of Holland. Holland, Michigan. That's in Holland area, the Holland area. At this time.
So if you can, to our directors, Forrest, our photographer, is on live view. He has a feed actually pointed and is showing shelf clouds in the South Haven area.
There was water spout near reported by a buoy in South Haven earlier. A water spout was reported in South Haven Light area. Holland, Robinson are in Ottawa County. The communities are Allendale, Holland, Port Sheldon.
Right in Port Sheldon right now, down to Holland. This is tracking to the east at about 60 miles per hour. So these are cooking.
This is out of our.
Highway speeds.
No, I don't see nothing. Remember, I live in Michigan. I live in Three Rivers. Okay, Holland is a long way from here.
So if you're in the Holland area right
We are keeping an eye on this, though, guys. This is North State. We do have a storm in Indiana that might touch us. There's a storm right now in Valpo heading towards our area, so we do have to keep an eye on this until further notice. But that's all I can tell you right now. Holland, the city of Holland, Michigan.
to get to a building and get inside. Get out of your vehicle, get to a building. If you have anyone that's maybe driving home late tonight,
along US 31, or if you're maybe a commuter coming into Grand Rapids and you're on I-196, yeah, I would advise if you're enough ahead of this, maybe trying to get to your destination. However, this is going to catch up with you very quickly. They get traveling east at about 60 miles per hour. What you're seeing there side by side is a live picture from South Haven. That is from North Beach, showing that shelf cloud. I know
Went to Holland last year. Went to Holland last summer. It was fun. First time ever been to Holland.
If possible.
So
again, a tornado warning that includes a good portion of Ottawa County. This
Holland, Jamestown, Port Sheldon, Allendale.
Thunderstorm warning for all of Allegheny County, all of Ottawa County, and Stephen County actually goes through 9:45. So
Nothing for us right now, guys, but we are going to keep an eye on this. Yeah, I went to Holland last year. It was pretty cool. But we are going to have to keep an eye on this until further notice. Been to hell twice. 48169. I've been to hell twiise. And if you want to see that, go to my hell playlist. All right, now, guys, we're staying on this until further notice. But right now, we are under a tornado watch until 2 a.m. tomorrow. So we'll see what happens.
And so Holland area, we're talking to you. If you're in Saugatuck, if you're in Fenville, Saugatuck that way is just a minute or two away.
So we're going to have to keep an eye on this. So yeah, we're going to keep an eye on this right now until further notice. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I seen that. I seen that on the way to hell.
And let me see really quickly. Okay.
Lake Town.
If we have any
Olive.
Confirmation here of embedded
Zealand.
within this. And there's no new reports from the National Weather Service as far as any confirmed
Park
with this. And no reports just yet of damage, but that's likely going to be in the next few minutes that we would start to see those reports. Get some weird things going on with our radar signatures here really quickly. I'm trying to kind of.
What the heck?
But we will continue to stay on this. I don't see necessarily any classic hook signatures.
But we're going to stay on this until further notice.
See what prompted the warning out. There was some tightening up of rotation just off of Port Sheldon, but that was mainly offshore, and now that has somewhat weakened, so that's a great sign to see. When I'm looking at this, that little area right there on radar, that bright green pocket that was just off of the lakeshore, if I get my little pointer tool here, right there, that was where the area of rotation tightened up. That's what prompted the tornado warning.
I wish.
That has since weakened quite a bit.
If we had one of those here in 3 hours, I'd be sleeping at the station tonight.
We can take it lightly and say,
I'll be sleeping on the couch.
These things can very easily cycle.
If we had a TV station in 3 hours and I worked at the TV station, I'd be sleeping on the couch tonight. I'd be sleeping on the couch at the TV station. Or I would have a cot there. I would have a cot at the TV station. I'd be sleeping on a cot. I'd be sleeping on a cot.
Isolated. The tracks I can put on this isn't going to hit every single town and every single location. However, it'll be
I felt something wrong. I'll be right back.
At the very least. So take this as a general estimate, but you can see some of the towns there, and get a live picture from South Haven as we speak, showing that very ominous looking sky. But Zealand at about 8:56, Allegan at about 9:11, some of this really strong winds approaching your area as well. And then you can see the timing of some other locations there. Ada at about 9:30, Hastings eventually, close to about 9:40, 9:45, these storms arriving for you if they hold together. We do very much expect them to hold together. So again, let me just give you an idea of what's happening across our entire area. We now have a new severe thunderstorm warning. It looks like it was just rolled out for Van Buren County. We'll get the latest information on that. Just zooming in there. Not surprising, Van Buren County kind of on the southern end. Still some really strong winds. It's going to be moving into Covert, South Haven area very shortly. And that was, again, that live picture we were showing you from the lakeshore. But let me get some of the latest info on this warning in particular. I just need to pull this down a little bit. So Van Buren County, your warning is going to go through 9:45 as well, which matches the timing of that warning for all of Allegheny County, all of Ottawa and Muskegon counties too. So that tornado area we are keeping a close eye on. and it looks like it could be trying to develop a little bit of a kind of notch signature. However, I'm not really seeing too much in terms of rotation on radar. So that is, again, a good sign. Nothing super close.
I'm back, guys.
Together. So again, we have warnings for Muskegon, Ottawa, Allegan, Van Buren counties. Those are going to go through 9:45. We additionally have that tornado warning that goes through 9:30 for radar indicated rotation. That includes places like Holland, Zealand, up along I-196 plus Hudsonville. Allendale, you're in that warning, and Robinson Township as well. You are in that warning. There could be a little bit of some interaction going on near Robinson, so we want to keep an eye on that for sure. Kind of on
Oh, so that's where Ren is. So Ren and Schoolcraft went to Pontiac for that game all those years ago, back in the 90s, okay?
My pointer tool here, what I'm talking about is right about here. Sometimes just little tiny
okay.
that little bow shape within the larger line can sometimes be the wind kind of surging out, and then we can get little areas of rotation from that. So we'll keep a close eye on that. Chief Meteorologist Keith Thompson just arrived, and so he will be just joining me shortly and monitoring things.
Fillmore, Michigan.
Radar and everything there in our chat from the National Weather Service. So it sounds like some trees are already down, being reported down in Grand Haven, which is not surprising given the potential for wind.
There is nothing right now in our area.
There's a rain-wrapped wall cloud in Ottawa County, and that was southwest of 128th and Lake Michigan Drive. And that is a very potent wall cloud that I'm looking at. So wall cloud, often the precursor to a tornado. Not always. It's not that every wall cloud produces a tornado.
Thornapple, Springs, Orangeville. Okay, I've been to Orangeville, but never been to Inky Springs or Thornapple.
Take this very seriously. If you're in some of those locations I've been shouting out, then you need to be, like I said, inside and in your tornado-safe place, because it really, at any moment, this line could spin up a tornado, or possibly even two. We'll watch for that Grand Haven, South Holland, all the way down towards Saugatuck and Fenville. Some of the worst rain is impacting you as we speak. I'm also live, by the way, on Facebook and YouTube. So, I always recommend having multiple ways of receiving warnings. I always mention that because in the event that you lose power, but you still have maybe some cell service, then you can hop on a live stream.
I broke my mount to my radio.
Because if one goes out, that's what we need multiple ways of receiving alerts. So I'm kind of monitoring our stream as well and any reports there, and we will bring you the very latest. But right now, we need to stay hyper-focused on this segment of storms from Grand Haven down to Holland, and then extending all the way down towards South Haven as well. Let me hop on here, and I'm going to pull our radar down a little bit because now the storm's
considerable tree damage.
South Haven, with the potential for
radio station WUXT 57 in South Haven. Visit our website videoweather.gov/WX. The current time is 8:56 p.m. Eastern Daylight.
Van Buren County warning, however, that's just what we saw yesterday.
Well, North Muskegon, Ferrysburg, Whitehall, Montague, Spring Lake, Fenville, Lakewood Club. A tornado watch remains in effect until 2 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time for southwestern and west central Michigan. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of the building. A tornado watch remains in effect until 2 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time for southwestern and west central Michigan. The National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Van Buren.
Paying attention to this storm. So, numerous severe thunderstorm warnings at this time. And Keith, if you can monitor chat, I do have it pulled up on Max too. Anything that you see there, I think we're going to start to see some pretty significant reports. Yeah. So.
Okay, Keith back. So.
Also trying to try and pull up on our live feed. I don't think I'm going to be able to do that. But if you guys have that feed from Forest out at the lakeshore, if we could show boxes, I know the one we were showing kind of cuts off the radar a little bit, so don't show it for too long. But if we could just take that, that is very much that shelf cloud arriving in South Haven. Maybe some very heavy rain. It's going to be moving in to Forest's location here very shortly if it's not already. It does look like it's coming down there in that shot. So again, no tornado threat, at least right now in South Haven. However, there is very much
was Joesph out here, South Haven.
Up in Ottawa County. So we're talking this area that is
Are you gonna
on the
watch?
screen right now. So
I will in a little bit.
Allendale area, Coopersville. Want you to be very much on guard.
Maybe tomorrow.
Again, there were already some reports of tree damage that came from Grand.
Maybe watch tomorrow morning.
So I'm switching this over to velocity, and I'll show you what I'm talking
Oh,
about.
near Olive. Robinson, Olive.
Pockets right there. That's where you can kind of see these just
Olive,
spin.
Olive, Zealand.
So Zealand area, for example, you're under that tornado warning.
Olive and Zealand might have a problem.
Notches that you see there, the storm maybe trying
So
to
communities, Olive and Zealand might have problems.
Oftentimes with these sort of tornadoes, if you see them, they're generally speaking going to be shorter lived ones by comparison to some that are isolated supercells. Those are going to track for a lot longer, produce your higher end tornadoes. But there's just so much spin in the lower atmosphere that these leading edges of storms can really try to spin and tighten up. Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Okay. They said some warnings for.
Yeah. Okay, and we are seeing those coming into our system now. Keith, you can see all of Kent County now included in that. And there's that new information on our new severe thunderstorm warning.
Okay, Kent County, Van Buren County, Allegan, Eaton County, Berry, Kent counties now until 10 p.m. tonight. Our tornado warning is till 2 a.m. tonight. So yeah.
So it already has this history of producing some strong wind gusts, and again, we're watching those areas of possible embedded rotation. Now down in, I do want to mention this, down in Northwest Indiana, there's also been some confirmed tornadoes. There's been several already confirmed off in Illinois as well today. So we're gonna have to keep an eye on this complex. This could just creep right along the Michigan-Indiana line. I kind of see it as a complex farther north, perhaps just immediately north of 94, and then we could see another complex off to the southwest too that could impact some of our southern counties. So we want to keep an eye on that as well, because it's that southern flank that has a little bit more of a tornado history and a little bit better ingredients as well for tornadoes off to the southwest. It's not to say we can't be on guard up here. However, that is just another thing we're going to have to watch
Might have to hunker
So
down.
again, one tornado warning for us. It is in Ottawa County. It goes through 9:30 for radar.
I'm gonna hunker down. As long as we got power, I'm staying on.
However, what we were seeing was some areas of possible rotation trying to kind of spin up. Some of those are just west of Hudsonville and south of Allendale. We maybe shout out a few locations as well, maybe some streets. So that would primarily be, again, up towards Hudsonville, immediately entering into the Hudsonville area of some rotation. That's right over New Zealand. Again, no true tornado on the ground to our knowledge. However, this area right here, that's eventually going to push towards Grand Rapids, by the way. We'll have to see if they extend that tornado warning. Definitely could be trying to get its act together a little bit. So we're going to keep on there. Of course, we're streaming on live on YouTube and our Facebook pages as well.
My clocks are down. My clocks are behind a little bit.
Is there any updates you're seeing? Okay.
Nothing right now, guys. But yeah, it's 9 o'clock right now. Right now, there's nothing happening right now for us, but the tornado watch till 2 a.m. The tornado watch we had till 2.
Okay, so yeah, up towards Hudsonville area right now, and then up into Allendale. Between Hudsonville and Allendale is almost the most convincing area of some possible rotation that I'm seeing at this time. That would be towards Blendon. I'm not as familiar with that, but yeah, we're talking to you, Allendale.
Blendon, Georgetown, Jamestown,
County, so we'll have to see if they extend the tornado warning.
Hudsonville.
Tornado warning goes through 9:30. It will likely, this one's likely to get out of Ottawa County before then, so we'll see if they extend it a little bit farther to the east. But right now we have several severe thunderstorm warnings, and with these tonight, I want you to just take them seriously. It's better ingredients arguably tonight versus last night from a high wind standpoint and a possible tornado standpoint. So the southern edge of the storm, I don't want to totally ignore that. So it just worked its way through South Haven, likely entering into Bangor right now, and then extending up into Allegan County too. there's some pretty strong wind potential there. That would be pushing towards Bloomingdale here very shortly, and eventually out towards, say, Pine Grove, or eventually Gobles area, and eventually Pawpaw as well. But again, Van Buren County is kind of on the southern edge of this Boeing complex of storms. And it's right usually, not always, but usually with these sort of storm complexes, you get the most intense wind speeds kind of right at the apex of that bow. So right where the curvature is maximized, which generally speaking, we're going to get some of the strongest wind gusts. So we would be talking to Ottawa County, portions of northern Allegheny County, especially for that raised threat of 70 plus mile per hour wind gusts. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's even like a lower end tornado, very low end tornado that's going to still produce about 70, 75 mile per hour wind gusts. So that's the same sort of upper limit of wind we're talking right now. And sometimes we kind of, I think a lot of folks don't take severe thunderstorm warnings quite as seriously as tornado warnings, but oftentimes, especially if you're in West Michigan, as we saw last night, your more widespread damage often comes from severe thunderstorms compared to tornadoes. Tornadoes can produce more damage or more significant damage, but it's usually pretty localized by comparison to a big swath of strong damage right now. So advancing through central Ottawa County, central Allegheny County, Allegan. I believe when we put that track on it, it was close to about 9:15 when we're going to start to see some of the worst wind and storms. I'll put another track on that here shortly. Yeah, if we continue to see those little areas of embedded rotation, I would be surprised if we did not see that extended farther east. Here's just another update on the timing of things. And I was a little bit actually late. Allegan, about 9:10, Penwood, about 9:15, Alabama, 9:23, and we have a few other locations, K6. While you're not technically under that warning just yet, you're kind of right on the corner. Hastings area, and that would include Richland, I don't know why. Hastings, you're very much in the war. I saw I combined those two locations. My apologies there. But Portland is about 9:54, and then Charlotte at about 10 p.m. So eventually, this is all just moving to east, just like those storms last night. We're tracking from west to east, and they're going to be moving at highway speeds of about 60 miles per hour. So we want you inside, away from windows, and if you're in that tornado warning area, especially, we want you taking these storms very seriously and be in your tornado safe place. Okay. Yeah, and when it comes to bow segments, especially with this sort of setup we have tonight, usually your tornadoes happen. I was talking about kind of that apex of the bow. Usually it's kind of on the northern side of that bowing segment. So we're talking Allendale down towards Hudsonville. This pocket right here, especially if you can see those little kind of almost like nubs or notches kind of on the edge. We'll have to keep an eye on that.
We have a lot of picture right here. This is one of our movie cameras of the wind blowing rain quite a bit here.
That's in South Haven.
South Haven.
That's Forest, our
There. I did notice that nothing sort of spot with a 29 mile gust.
Okay.
Obviously, the wind blowing
Yeah, and these storms, unlike last night, will produce some really heavy rain. There's our live camera keep down the Black River channel. You can see very well, or lack thereof, that you can see because of that heavy rain. But that is, again, showing the really heavy rain that these storms are going to produce. Unlike last time, which it was kind of lackluster in the rainfall part. Yeah, I just saw that.
Tornado warning for Grand Rapids.
Yep. Yeah, and I see exactly where that would be. There's a couple areas which we'll get to here in just a second. Right now, just some locations to shout out. Of immediate concerns for me, if you're in Allendale right now, take this more seriously. If you're in Walker, you need to be definitely getting to your tornado safe place. Wyoming, Grand Rapids, even downtown, tornadoes do hit major metropolitan areas. It's kind of something that sometimes goes around, like, oh, they don't hit cities. They very much do hit cities. We've seen even some tornadoes over the years in and around the Grand Rapids metro. And then if you're in East Grand Rapids, if you're in pretty much anywhere in the Grand Rapids metro, I would be getting ready and positioning to move to your tornado safe place. Yeah. Yep. Yes. So the two areas that I'm seeing, one is near Hudsonville. That's right near I-196, just south of Hudsonville. And if I put a freeze frame on this, I'll try and kind of draw on here what I'm seeing, Keith. But a little area right here of some possible rotation. And then just a little farther north. It's not showing up quite as well on our radar product, but it's definitely a little bit of surging of the winds, if you will, approaching between Walker and Granville. So I'm trying to kind of get my bearings. I'm looking at two different radar products. There we go. It's actually less messy when I zoom out a little bit. Right here, it's definitely an area of concern. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, so that's an area, and then another one right here. You know, it's sometimes these segments can produce sometimes multiple low-end tornadoes even at the same time. It's not unheard of. So we want you just taking this very seriously. And the storm trying to get its spin together a little bit. Now, fortunately, I don't see any indications of tightening of rotation along the southern edge of this. However, some of the more intense wind speed potential is working its way into the Allegan area right now as we speak, into the Hopkins area, where again, we do have severe thunderstorm warnings that include Allegan and Van Buren counties. If you're in Berry County, you're also under a severe thunderstorm warning. Many of these going for another about 30 to 45 minutes. And then the warning that was issued in Berry County, that one goes through 10 p.m. Okay, yeah, that is great information. Thanks, Keith. And we're going to continue. Keith, with the tornado warning, I think you said it. The track on that was east at 50, correct? Yes. Okay, so just to give an idea, and this isn't necessarily exactly where that tightening of rotation is, but these are moving so fast we have to zoom out quite a bit. And so this is going to mention some locations that aren't technically in the warning just yet. Like Ionia, you're not technically in that warning. About 925, eventually Ada, which is about 926. That's where we're expecting this line to begin really pushing in. And within that leading edge, we could see some brief and likely short-lived, but tornadoes nonetheless. So we want you to take this very seriously and get inside and away from windows. Lowest floor of your home and the most interior room. Which again, that's a picture from Grand Rapids, so that's a great view. We can actually take that full if we can eventually, just for a few seconds, so we can get a better frame. However, that is definitely worth showing because that's going to be the line that's looking towards the west. Keep we aim at the camera, so for sure.
Whether you're a professional welder or simply take pride in consistent and precision welds, Harbor Freight offers high quality.
Not frost yet. All upstate. They're not talking. They have no sound. I already said, but they have no sound. Nope, not yet. The weather haven't gone off yet, so I don't think I'm going to my basement yet, but I am watching this. I mean, my back started hurting, so I'm watching it in my bed. If I sleep, it's all. Now I got sound back. And I pass out. I pass out. Doesn't matter. I got a weather radio wake me up. Nope, not waking her up. We gotta watch until 2 o'clock, till 2 a.m. tomorrow. As long as it doesn't say warning, I'm not gonna wake her up. It's a watch, so I don't do nothing right now. We're under a watch until 2 a.m. So
Yeah, and apologies for anyone who's on our live stream on YouTube. We had a little technical glitch there. We should be back now and you should be able to hear us now. But of course, we are staying on air until we see these tornado warnings expire. But let's switch back to radar. We were figuring that out. And
oh, he's safe. He's very safe, right? Because where he's at right now doesn't really make sense. Where he's safe. Oh, he's very safe. Berrien County, Michigan, LaPorte County, Michigan, tornado warning for Berrien County, Michigan, LaPorte County, Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yep.
Oh, yeah, they know where it is. There is a tornado warning for Berrien County, Michigan, and LaPorte County, Indiana. That's not in our viewing area for me. Yes, there's a tornado warning for Berrien County, Michigan. We don't cover Berrien County.
You're going to have to continue to watch those off to the south as well, just due to the fact that we, again, could see those kind of lift into some of our southernmost counties. But these are prolific rainmakers, too, way more than yesterday. A lot of rain behind
We're ready for it. But if I have to, I will duck and cover.
So just worth mentioning there.
We'll be on until we lose power.
Primary focus for a portion of Ottawa and now Kent County.
We'll see.
Included in
I'm just trying to fight staying up, guys. I might pass out. If I pass out, I will stay on. As long as I got power, I'm staying on.
That would be conducive for a tornado currently. Like, I'm convinced there's one on the ground right now. However, in Granville, the Wyoming area, certainly an area of rotation that is worth monitoring.
Did one yesterday. I'm just tired because I worked today at the zoo. No power, no worky.
Yes, exactly. And lifting up towards Wyoming and then eventually crossing 131. I would say it's on a trajectory to mention.
Not yet. The power goes out, we lose the stream.
On the south side of the Grand Rapids Metro up into East Grand Rapids. So we're talking about this area But anyone in Kent County right now, I know we're talking about the specific area of possible rotation, but along the leading edge of this area line is still a potential for 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts. So we want you taking this seriously, even if we're hyper focused on this areas of possible rotation. Everyone along the leading edge of this, if you're in the severe thunderstorm warning or the tornado warning tonight, you need to be just inside, away from windows, and if you're in the tornado warning, of course, taking those tornadoes precaution. Yeah, and now I'm just kind of pulling the radar down across Allegheny County and into Van Buren County. Some of these storms right now, for example, just in the Bloomingdale area, just flew through Allegheny, so that makes sense that we're not getting those reports from the 911 operators there. Some trees and power lines being noted down. So this is going to be approaching the area of Otsego, for example, very shortly, and eventually Plainwell as well. So locations all too familiar with severe storms this season, as we know. So these are, again, moving very quickly. These are moving faster than I would say average, right? So 50 to 60 mile per hour is just the storm motion. Anytime we have those storms moving that fast, it doesn't take as much to produce really strong wind speeds. So right along US 131, south of Ford, that would be like the Martin area. We're talking from like Casino right now, for example, starting to see really intense wind, I think, starting to pick up pretty much as we speak. Mm-hmm. And it is a great sign that we haven't had any confirmed reports of a tornado thus far. It's not to say that this can't still produce a tornado, just a good sign. In fact, we haven't had any confirmed reports yet. Is just some good news so far, and we'll certainly hope it stays that way. But on the south side of Grand Rapids, Kentwood, and then eventually towards Cascade and Lowell, we want you guys taking this very, very seriously. Just to mention a few other locations. So the Ada area we mentioned you a little bit earlier, putting a track on this, and then again that is Eastmont, right? That area as well. You're in your tornado safe place and taking these storms seriously. Yep, in Berry County, the storms are still on approach, but Berry County is under that severe thunderstorm warning that goes through 10 p.m. So Berry County shortly, some of the most strong winds are going to start to pick up with the potential for up to 70 mile per hour winds. So if you're in Hastings, all the way down to Johnstown, you need to be taking these very, very seriously. Yeah, some of the latest radar scans when it comes to wind speed across portions of Van Buren County are closer to about 45 to 50 miles per hour on the high end. So it has possibly come down a little bit as far as representation on radar based on wind speed. So these are wind speeds, for example, indicated in Allegheny County approaching Otsego, possibly some 50 mile per hour winds. But even a 50 mile an hour wind is still worth taking seriously because that's sort of the threshold we saw yesterday, about 50 to 60 mile per hour. It's still enough to bring some trees and tree limbs down and cause outages at that speed. So we're still keeping an eye just to see on this northern edge and right on the bow of this Boeing segment of storms if we can see any sort of rotation. It is approaching the airport. That's where our the radar is located, operated by the National Service. It's also where the office is located. So as it gets a little closer to the radar, we get really good scans. But that's what that little bullseye right there is. It's actually the radar as it approaches. Yep. Yeah, and these, it's enough right now. We measured that in US 12 Keith and south. So are you talking about this complex off to the southwest? Okay. Although there were, as you mentioned, some reports of spotters spotting funnels with the northern edge as well, which is what we're referencing now. So I'm not. Okay. Yeah, and the Kalamazoo area is right on that kind of southern edge where this is kind of peeling off to the just almost due west. But these storms still could produce some gusty winds. There's just so much ingredients in play today, even relative to yesterday, where we just really have to be on guard where any of these storms could start to potentially rotate. And I was talking about this earlier, Keith, that sometimes when you get that orientation that kind of peels back to the southwest, when the storm is oriented more southwest to northeast, sometimes those are a little bit more conducive for it is able to tap into that low level turning of the winds a little bit more. So we're still going to have to watch that southern edge too across portions of the Buren into Kalamazoo County, and then still some really strong wind here that's approaching very fast as we speak. County still under that tornado warning. We've not dropped that yet, so that continues to drive.
And we have a live view right now in Cleveland.
Oh, great.
Cleveland, people is there and see what it looks like. And just some 8.5 man. This is certainly going to be in the zone.
And that's only the start. We're just going to pick up here in just a second.
And as you mentioned earlier, it's money.
Not raining yet.
Yeah.
Not raining yet. Ooh.
Okay, so this is that leading edge, like I was talking about, kind of that difference of red and green that you see there. That's where the leading edge of the strongest wind is going to be working its way. So some of the strongest winds approaching Increase right now. Of course, forest there, so a lot of trees. And then as we look into northern Kalamazoo County, especially on the northern side of Kalamazoo, that's where it's going to be. And this is Kalamazoo, and we'll put it off to the west.
Yeah.
Turn that a little bit. Keith, if you could hop on other vision and literally use the point to zoom, just turn it slightly northwest. We'll probably get a good view.
We might have to do something in a little bit.
Looks like we have a new tornado warning, Keith, that was just issued for now Berry County, northern Berry, southern Ionia.
Not frost yet. So we're doing pretty good, guys, but it hasn't rained yet, but it might start raining soon. Let me lower you guys down real quick. Well, you guys know. It's now 9:30 Eastern time.
Yeah.
Not yet.
Yeah, so this is the area, if I'm understanding right, I believe this is the area of concern. This entire leading edge, though, honestly, how people spin up, but
Okay.
my circle a little bit big, but
I got better idea what I'm gonna do. I'm
approaching
gonna hide in the pot.
Corn Apple area, for example, Irving, Middleville, as Keith mentioned, that is definitely an area of concern. Some other locations
My baby.
mentioned in this new tornado warning, again, goes until 10:15 p.m. for a portion of northern Mary, southern
My
Miami,
baby.
and the southeastern corner of Kent County now. Some other locations now under a tornado warning. This does include Hastings. Hastings, now is the time to start getting to your tornado shelter. You're on the southern edge of that polygon. However, I just, in an abundance of caution, I would get there. Carlton, Freeport, Clarksville, and eventually Lake Odessa in Ione County. Once you in your tornado safe place and getting there here very shortly. This just crossed into Berry County, so Hastings, there's just still a few more minutes. But again, this is moving just so rapidly that you're not going to have as much time as you might be used to when it comes to some of these advancing lines of storms. Because you're moving east at about 50 to 60 miles per hour.
Well, no, I don't need another warning right now.
So classic like striations, almost looks like a shelf. That's what
Sure,
I'm
baby.
saying. Almost those striations were lying to the cloud. And indicative of usually a strong wind threat potentially, and certainly going to be the case here with this line of storms. So it's very ominous looking storm clouds working their way through West Michigan right now. And there's again, Eva Ray isn't playing well, and we were mentioning it's only going to pick up, so she's now in the thick of it as far as the rain and likely some of the stronger winds just kind of pushing through right now.
Yeah, no, they would be west,
Yeah, definitely some of the best signature I've seen, Keith, as far as trying to tighten up a little bit. It also looks like there could be a little area of rotation near Caledonia, just a little farther north. So along this leading edge, there's just shear that can kind of spin up some tornadoes. And so just near Yankee Springs and approaching, I would say the Irving area right now. And then eventually that would be pushing towards Freeport.
What are you doing, Max?
That's in Berry County.
You know better, Maxie.
And then also up here in Caledonia, there's a little bit of some red and green being indicated kind of nearby each other. That is again that indication of possible rotation. And the wind's kind of surging a little bit near Holly Corners up in the Caledonia area. I'm not sure if that's a township or if that's a street, to be honest. I think it is a street. Yep. Yeah, so not to be overlooked. So we have 2 tornado warnings indicated here by the red polygon. Just wanted to set the scene. So Grand Rapids extending out towards the end of Kent County. All tornado. They did just trip out. Grand Rapids now out of the tornado. Grand Rapids this extending along M21 out towards Baldwin. And then you also have this additional tornado warning that is a little bit farther south for that northern portion of Berry County. Essentially kind of like the northern half of Berry County that does include Hastings. And you can see they're updating that one farther north polygon. This one has remained consistent. That includes a southern portion of Ione County too, towards Lake Odessa, for example.
so far, this is best. So that's not too strong right now, at least.
Yeah, the wind might be picking up a little bit. Did they mention a cell merger? Is that what they were talking about? Yep. Yeah, and that's what we're seeing. We're starting to see the wind speed, the velocity flare up a little bit. Sometimes, basically, you have the momentum of two storms kind of coming together as one, and that can also create different, slight opposing motion. So that's why we're starting to see this possible area of rotation. Right along, just make sure I'm getting this right. So yeah, right along almost the very Ionia County line in the southeastern corner of Kent County, now extending out towards the Lake Odessa area eventually. That's an area of concern for sure. Yep.
You're good. You're good. You can lay back down now.
Yes. Yeah, I also want to mention Prairieville. I want to mention that urban area we were talking about in Berry County too. There's still an area of concern.
What are you doing, Max?
The storm's kind of surging out ahead. Prairieville and then Hastings still. You're in that tornado warning, but immediately north of Hastings, possible area.
Stop that, Max.
Definitely looking a little bit tighter as far
Max,
as
you Max, you a rat.
East of Caledonia as well. Look at these. Oh. Okay, so that means tornado debris signature. I'm gonna check our debris detection.
I'll put you guys treats for. I'll be back. You guys have to get treat.
So right in the center of the screen, that could be a tornado confirmed by radar. Let me just cross-reference this with our velocity. I would say that's pretty convincing. So it's just immediately east of where the velocity signature is. However, that could be kind of catching up with where the debris is being indicated. Not here, and then eventually, what is that? Is that N50? So, yeah, so tracking right along N50. This is just still, that's still just barely in Kent County. Yeah. Yeah, and that is the first convincing signature of a possible tornado. It's definitely also, as far as the velocity is concerned, you can see that brightening up, right? The brighter reds and orangish colors you're seeing right there. And again, radar rolling up a little bit, just south of 84th Street, southeast, I believe. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Freeport for sure, especially I think this area of rotation in a tornado is going to pass on the north side of Freeport and then immediately off to the northwest of there. Campbell, for example, need to be in your tornado safe place. This is a confirmed tornado by radar that is lofting debris into the air, located right about there, just to the east of Caledonia, approaching the Freeport area.
Which property?
I'll give you just some streets just to mention really quickly. Montcalm Avenue, you're along Hastings Road.
4 hours still.
You are along M50 as well. You need to be taking this extremely seriously. This is M50 here that kind of does that little zigzag there. That's right where the storm is trapped. So if you are near or along M50, in anywhere around Freeport or Campbell area, for example, please be getting to your tornado safe place. You will not have a lot of time. It's minutes away. And eventually, as Keith mentioned, Lake Odessa, for example. Some other locations, Clarksville, just in the abundance of caution. That's a little farther north as well. I think it's likely to pass just south of Clarksville, between Clarksville and Lake Odessa, and then eventually M66, this will cross. Yes. Yeah, it really is. Yeah, and are they still talking about that tornado debris signature at all, Keith? Yes. Yeah. Yeah, it was a couple scans, and there's still possibly some tornado debris signature going on. However, it's a little less in the latest scan, a little less clear to me, to my eye, that we might have a tornado. However, still, take this extremely seriously. If you're in the southern portion of Ione County, northern part of Berry County, still some radar indicated rotation and possible debris getting lofted. Just want to set the scene here again. I know we have a lot of folks tuning in from St. County, wondering what's going on. Still have a severe thunderstorm warning there. That warning goes through 10:30 for radar indicated wind speeds of 60 miles per hour. You're right on the southern edge, and that line is still going to really push through, I think, especially the northern part of Kalamazoo. Then we have Berry County here in Berry. For example, you're not under that tornado warning. That tornado warning is right here north. However, that severe thunderstorm warning for Berry County is still for radar indicated wind speeds of 70 miles per hour. Been saying it all night. Still treat that very similar to how you would a tornado. A 70 mile per hour wind gust is still very strong, considerable damage. And then up into the Hastings area, for example, now you're talking the tornado warnings. Red Holly down that you see there.
Yeah, by the way, that's I understand that report they use work out of the she was well what do you see? What do you see? What do you see?
All right, thank you so much, Ava. We're going to wrap this up. We'll go back to you in a little bit. Keep us updated, Ava. Stay safe out there with Tesha. I want to go back to radar here just a second. There's definitely an area of rotation now tightening up a little farther south along this edge, now over Hastings. And this isn't uncommon. You get different areas of rotation. I know we were just talking about the one farther north. That one kind of fell apart a little bit. This is definitely the more concerning topic to me right now, the surge right over Hastings. And Hastings, this is serious.
Ooh, there's thunder.
This at all? Okay.
Thunder now, guys.
Yeah, for sure. And that's what I was talking about a little earlier, Keith. I mean, we have that kind of shape that pushes things a little bit farther to the east. These sort of storm structures are just more conducive for spin up. And what we look for as well, just is sort of any sort of notches or little kind of like kinks in this little line. And so I started to see one develop right over Hastings, and it looks like there could be just a little bit of some rotation trying to take shape right there. Let me just switch this over to, I clicked the wrong thing. Let me switch this over to our debris detection just to see if there's anything there or anything being noted. very broad. And it could be even just like twigs from the wind, to be honest. Mhm. Yep. Yeah, I mean, there's two different areas, and this is not uncommon. This first one is just south of Florence, track right along I-50, out towards Lake Odessa. You need to be getting to your tornado safely. I know along the lakes, there's sometimes cottages. Cottages oftentimes are built 70 years ago, and maybe not the most well-structured building. You can get to a neighbor's that has a basement. Now is the time to do that in a few more minutes. There's of course a lot of campgrounds in this area as well, as people mentioned, portions of Berry County and then even into Southern Idaho County. So just keep that in mind. New warning just issued, it looks like, or they just, I think, trimmed the warning key, but still very honed in. I am still very honed in on that area of thing, and that would be extending out towards, say, Woodlands, and that would, I think, track south of M43, but it would, well, M43 is this, so it keeps that right turn. However, it's crossing M43 as we speak, and then I think it'll stay south of M43 up towards Woodlands. Yes, exactly. So 2 areas of concern there. Whoa, that was an interesting update from the radar scan. What's going on there? Oh, okay. It was just catching up. But yeah, that's also, I mean, yeah, that is a strong popular wind. In fact, if I were to put click a couple pixels there, Pete, just south of Clarksville. So yeah, we're talking 60-mile-per-hour winds. I mean, if nothing else, some very strong winds around kind of that almost downdraft or something going on. Mm-hmm. And I can kind of see maybe what they were talking about. Didn't they mention near Gull Lake, where they said in the Richland area? Yes. Yeah, so they're looking at that little kink right there, that little almost this shape right here. And sometimes those are kind of the precursors to some rotation trying to develop. But the orientation, what they're getting at here, what I was mentioning a little bit earlier, when the storm is shaped like this and not as much north-south, more it's able to tap into that shear a little bit more efficiently. So this area, you start to see anything like right here in the Bull Lake area. That's where this leading edge is. That's going to be advancing out towards, say, like Joesph, and eventually, where you're going to mention something in the Augusta area as well. Okay, that's exactly what we were talking about. Okay. Okay, so I think of like Galesburg and Augusta, out into Springfield. Those are some of the next locations that are going to see the edge of this. And by the way, we still have that tornado warning down in Berrien County, so we'll have to keep an eye on that once we track this cluster of storms that's working its way through Berrien and other counties. It does look like we just now have one polygon, so that includes that southern portion of Ionia County and then the northern and northeastern part of Berry County too. So that's our main area of concern right now for tornadoes. Lake Odessa, especially if we're getting around some reports of some rotation in the sky. Lake Odessa, you need to be in your tornado safe place. We'll see if this gets extended out into the Portland area, for example, as well. And with some of the other locations not technically in that warning just yet. However, I would not be surprised if the history of the storm that gets extended a little farther to the west. Yep, and that's almost got kind of a hook shape. You have just these different areas that are kind of surging out ahead of the main line, and anytime you have just winds working its way through at different speeds, that can generate some areas of rotation. So this little surge ahead of the main line creates just enough sometimes spin to spin up a tornado cell. That's another area though of concern is that there goes roads. Yep. Yeah, and so the moral of the story here, if you're under the severe thunderstorm warning, if you're under a tornado warning, especially, I would still just treat it like a tornado warning, even if you're under those severe thunderstorm warnings, because they really do have that strong wind potential. And the sort of style tornadoes that we're going to see, if we see them tonight, are usually your very short-lived spin-up. They can happen in a radar scan or two, so they happen very quickly. And sometimes the warnings take a second to catch up. So, just treat these very seriously, and I would exercise your tornado precautions if you can. And this is off to the southwest again, that line, that bowing, the slight little bow shape there that works its way through the lake area. That's trying to run along N89 again towards, say, Augusta, or eventually into, did you get a new one? Okay. Different. That was our question. I thought it was that. You can see some, again, this leading edge, where you see that contrast of red and green. That's where our best potential is, 60 miles per hour, 60 mile per hour.
Yeah, we're also looking at not necessarily.
Yeah, that also is definitely impressive. Those storms are a little bit different. Their behavior, they're a little bit more isolated. They have more of a supercell history to them. So this main line that we've been tracking tonight has mainly been just that line of storm, multi-cell, or just straight supercell tornadoes that produce some tornadoes to our southwest. This line then continues, and that area right there, with those brighter oranges, right near Campbell, that's in southern Ione County, and eventually, like we were saying, right near Lake Odessa right now. That's definitely an area of concern for me. Yeah. Yeah, and if you're in Woodland right now, if you are in Woodbury, those are just some other locations to mention right now for the potential. On the south side of Woodland, there's an area of rotation here, kind of in the center of your screen. Right there, there could be some tight trying to form. Yep, approaching Vermontville into Eaton County. So Eaton County, I'm actually kind of surprised we haven't extended. I don't know if they're going to be working on that, but would not be surprised if we saw some sort of a tornado warning. We would have a signature there, just due west of Vermontville, extended into Eaton County. Yeah, just northwest of Battle Creek as well. I mean, north, right there, you can see the sun. There's another little area. M17. Oh, M37. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah, about to cross M37, as Keith mentioned. Penfield, if you're in Penfield, start paying attention to this for sure. I wouldn't be shocked, like we've seen, if we get maybe a tornado warning that gets extended from this, just a little area of rotation that's trying to form. Even Bellevue as well. Just be on guard and monitoring this very closely. You're already under your thunderstorm warning. Abundance of caution. I would be inside, away from windows, most interior, but preferably the lowest level of your home. I always say this too, as was the case last night. If you live on a property with a lot of mature, older trees, especially if they haven't been maintained, or maybe there's one that's a little bit dead or something like that, those are most susceptible to come down with sort of wind events. And you just need to take that extremely seriously. Okay. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, and that's what's a little bit almost like confusing when we look at this, right? There's two different areas that we have to monitor very closely. So there's a lot going on. It's the surging line. Still 70 plus mile per hour wind potential with the severe thunderstorm. Then you also have these two little areas of possible rotation that is what's prompting that warning extended a little bit farther to the east. Yeah, Vermontville, just on the north side of Vermontville right now, rotation approaching you. You're now under that tornado warning. Chester, you're under a tornado warning. And a few other locations here. You can see Gresham, Meadmore, Roxanne. You're also under some tornado warnings, or a tornado warning now as well. So that's, what is that? M50, correct? Yeah. Mm-hmm. And still some really strong wind. I mean, we already had the rotation report or areas of spin in the lower atmosphere reported near Lake Odessa. There's still some really strong wind speeds being indicated on radar there. So that's kind of that surging that's out approaching Sunfield and eventually will be in the Portland area. Portland, you're now in that tornado market. We're talking about that, but we're expecting this to get extended farther to the east. So the southern portion of Ionia County, Portland, and along I-96, you all need to be taking this storm, exercising your storm precautions, getting to the lowest floor of your home, and treating this storm like it could produce some 70 plus mile per hour winds at the very least, and nothing else possibly tornado as well. Yeah. Yeah, this is kind of that leading edge of wind, and we look for those little notches, as we call them, or those little kinks, and we're still seeing that one there, just over level park. New scan, it looks like coming in, it's going to update, but we'll see what that looks like. Okay, it's just advanced a little farther east. Yeah, and that was the exact case last night. We saw the damage that was produced there. The other concern tonight is there's still a lot of folks, of course, without power. So, making sure people are getting these warnings can sometimes get a little complicated if you don't have power. And so, making sure maybe you're giving some friends and family a call if they're in these tornado warning areas, just making sure they're paying attention. But yeah, crossing M50, an area of rotation, that little signature that you see right there. Yeah, this is looking a little less classic of a tornado signature, maybe, and more just that surging, but that's still those areas that you have to monitor. To me, this one a little farther south, if I use my pointer, is starting to tighten up a little bit more. Let me clear off those little arrows for us, but yeah, just north of Charlotte. Eventually, Grand Ledge, you're in that tornado warning, and Windsor, you're in that tornado warning as well. Then we're starting to get into the kind of Lansing's metro. So yeah, off to the south, still some strong winds, and it's going to be moving towards Battle Creek here shortly. Positive which direction on Battle Creek camera faces, but yeah, that's what I was thinking.
By the way, I'm gonna let people know if you're running on our West Michigan.
Yes. Yes, and we will stay with this tornado warning until it expires. Numerous severe thunderstorm warnings as well. Keith, have they relayed other than I know we had a few reports trickling in earlier from like Allie and for example. Have there been too many storm reports? Okay. There's a couple of them that were on the map. A few in Holland, just trees and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, and one thing, that kind of complicates things for us is sometimes we actually use those outages as verification of where the strongest winds are. And since we already had so many outages, we can't really do that because we're not starting with a blank slate, so it's a little bit more tricky to do that. However, I would not be shocked if this line is producing maybe some scattered outages right now.
Severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Elkhart County in north central Indiana, northeastern St. Joseph County in north central Indiana, Cass County in southwestern Michigan, southeastern Berrien County in southwestern Michigan until 10:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Berrien Springs to near Roseland, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Hazard, 70 miles per hour wind gusts. Source, radar indicated. The National Weather Service in northern Indiana has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Elkhart County, Indiana, northeastern St. Joseph County, Indiana, Cass County in southwestern Michigan, southeastern Berrien County in southwestern Michigan, until 10:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Berrien Springs into Roseland, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Hazard, 70 miles per hour wind gusts. Source, radar indicated. Impact, expects considerable tree damage. Damage is likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. Locations impacted include South Bend, Elkhart, Mishawaka, Niles, Pelagic, Buchanan, Simonton Lake, Granger, Berrien Springs, Cassopolis, Bristol, Edwardsburg, Marcellus, Roseland, Union, Bertrand, Pocatello, Penn, Eau and Vandalia. This includes Interstate 80 in Indiana between mile markers 72 and 101. Remain alert for a possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. If you spot a tornado, go at once into the basement or small central room in a sturdy structure. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. A tornado watch remains in effect until 2 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time for north central Indiana and southwestern Michigan. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 10:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for the following counties in Indiana, Elkhart and St. Joseph, and the following counties in Michigan, Berrien and Cass.
Just these storms tonight, so that's an additional push on that. So these storms are certainly knocking out some additional power for folks this evening, which is not shocking given the wind speeds that we're talking. We're talking 60 to possibly 70 plus miles per hour.
Okay, guys, we're back. Okay.
Whoa. Okay. Yeah, and let me just I'll do kind of a wide scope view here briefly, just to show kind of where the leading edge is. I will say Kalamazoo County no longer in that warning as we. Yep. So we have had a few expire. So I just want to kind of set the scene here. So we still have a warning for Kalamazoo County, for Eaton County, tornado warning for that northern portion of Eaton and southern Miami County, and this is now been extended to the severe thunderstorm warning as well for the Lansing area. And then we're also going to have to monitor. I still think once you get out of your keep, we'll probably make these additional warnings issued down here south of I-94, especially if these storms hold their strength, which as of now I think they will. And we're still mentioning the potential for some short-lived tornadoes with those as well. So even though it's just a severe thunderstorm right now, thanks. It's going to be advanced being here very shortly. Places like Decatur, you need to be taking that storm seriously too. But yeah, it still is on that right away. Yeah, one thing reassuring is I haven't seen any drops in correlation coefficient or any sort of debris signatures indicated in that line that's been moving through portions of Berry and now Eaton and Ione County. So that's a good thing. We did have one briefly earlier. I believe that was in southern Kent County. Yeah, I think so. So that could have been a possible short-lived tornado a little bit earlier within this leading edge. But these storms that are in Battle Creek, they're mainly on the north side of Battle Creek, but we're going to have to keep an eye on that just for any sort of possible tightening rotation as these little cells out ahead of the main line kind of merge with it. It's kind of what we saw a little bit earlier on with this area that's in the center of your screen right now. Multiple cells coming together and kind of working together. So, of course, that's Battle Creek on the right-hand portion of your screen, so I can see picking up downtown as we speak. And yeah. Yep, yeah, on the northern edge of that little segment.
Calhoun, Inc.
So this is again advancing on Port Lansing. I think from there. Just paying attention to this. Lansing not technically under that tornado warning just yet, but I would expect them to characteristics, if you will. Now off to the south, we still have that potential for some strong wind speeds, but we haven't had too many reports of damage so far. But oftentimes, it takes a little bit, maybe 20, 30 minutes before those damage reports start to trickle in. Lightning, not smart to venture out. Snap a picture and send to the weather service or to us and see all that. But
Where's
we're talking about down here, although there's an area of rotation there near Kankakee, Indiana. Yeah.
oh, it's near Brandywine in the Howard area.
Cass County, that's just east of Ronalds, maybe a little bit of rotation. Try that. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on that storm down in Cass County as it continues to spread off to the east. Right now, if I were to draw on where that leading edge is, it's right here, kind of that contrast of dark with brighter red that you're seeing. This is what's advancing east. So eventually going to be pushing into Marshall here within the next 5 minutes. Pick up, and then the rain will pick up as well. One thing I also wanted to mention, I noticed when we were looking at the wide scope view, and I'll pull this out for just a second. You can see the light count, talking about 1,000 light tracks. I know this is a fairly wide view, that's just in the last 15 minutes. So So even once the leading edge and feel that wind pick up and goes through, there's still a ton of lightning behind that. It's gonna come down very heavy, very quickly. And the last too. This is unlike last night where we saw a dust front blow out ahead of the main line of storms, and the actual rain itself is pretty lackluster. For many of us, at least, this is going to be a different scenario. This rain is efficient where we could even see some low-level areas, see some road ponding flooding, some creeks and streams could even rise as well. And the fact that we still see some accurately that could just see some training thunderstorms, maybe even some flooding later on. So that's going to be part 2 of this. Once this main leading edge goes through, your threat of damage to winds drops quite a bit. So places like Berry County no longer in the warning, places like Allen County no longer in the warning. Heavy rain and lightning still kind of in the back stage of the storm system.
You know, we'll mention that kind of green is part of this here.
Yep.
There's some. Oh, absolutely.
Right, thanks very much. Sorry about that. Thanks very much. I appreciate that. I'm reporting live there. Actually coming up from work on US 141 and the US earlier. Very heavy rain. By the way, something. So, for example, you are mountains, right on the lightning with it, and also the wind is heavy. Remember, it's night, it's dark. So you might think that this clear to the road. I have to put down, I have a big branch now, I have some the reason why they do is to say, you don't have to have it's not only like this have, it's also kind of good information.
Oh shit.
Yeah, there's somewhere right along here, Keith. I think they were tracking, along US 141 approaching Kent County. I can't remember if you said they were in Kent County. So that totally makes sense. They would have been in this and coming out, getting out of the leading edge of it. We're getting into that time where second shifters are getting ready to wrap up their shift. At least in a lot of cases, and third shifters are getting ready to go in. I often get a lot of messages from folks like, "How's it going to look right on the left?" That's going in. So. This is just the latest. We have severe thunderstorm warnings that continue in the northern half of County. That does include Marshall all the way up till Albion, and then you can see Eaton County as well. In case severe thunderstorm warning. Kalamazoo, we're starting to hear some rumbles of thunder. I just heard at the station here. The rain's going to pick up. However, Kalamazoo currently does not have a severe thunderstorm warning. Now we are going to have to watch for these multiple complex storms off to our southwest. This already has a warning at Cass County. For some damaging wind gust potential, but right now the strongest segment of storms really worked its way through across portions of Ottawa, Albion, Kent County, and Berry County. Now it's area.
Uh-oh. Tornado warning.
And now a tornado warning down in Cass County. So
The National Weather Service in northern Indiana has issued a tornado warning for Central Cass County in southwestern Michigan until 11 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 10:13 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado indicated near Edwardsburg, Georgia Line, moving east at 30 miles per hour. Hazard tornado. Source: radar indicated rotation. Impact: flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter.
You got the time.
Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This dangerous storm will be near Metropolis around 10:20 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Ted, Jones, Vandalia, Diamond Lake, Daly, Shaven Lake, Long Range, Paradise Lake, Calvin Center, and Donda Lake. Take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Tornadoes are extremely difficult to see and confirm at night. Do not wait to see or hear the tornado. Take cover now. The National Weather Service in northern Indiana has issued a tornado. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roof, windows. Likely. This dangerous storm will be near Metropolis around 10:20 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Penn, Jones, Vandalia, Diamond Lake, Daly, Shaven Lake, Long Range, Paradise Lake, Calvin Center, and Donda Lake. Take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Tornadoes are extremely difficult to see and confirm at night. Do not wait to see or hear the tornado. Take cover now.
Comes to me and she holds me.
Okay, I'm not posting this, guys. We're gonna. Where the fuck is this piece of shit at? This is a tornado warning. I'm not risking, guys. I'm gonna stay. Keep it. We're gonna shut that. The tornado's gonna hit us at 11 o'clock. I'm not gonna risk it. I'm going underground. I'm going to get into my emergency procedure, which is right now. I'll be back. Who knows when?
Yeah, places just to mention a few locations: Cassopolis up into Diamond Lake, Vandalia, along M60, Rainbow Farms is just something to shout out. The Crane Pond State Game Area. I'm not sure if there's a campground there. Jones area, and then eventually into Fabius and Three Rivers. All those locations. If any of that sounds close to you, then we want you watching this very, very closely and taking your tornado precautions. So again, this is right along M60. The rotation just to the north of Edwardsburg, entering into the Cassopolis area, eventually pushing towards Penn and really here very shortly. And it was tracking east at about 30 miles per hour, right, Keith?
My phone at.
Okay, and this is again the area that we're watching, this area of red and green right there. And again, there's M60 kind of right in the center of this little circle I drew on here, extending up into Cassopolis. Cassopolis, we've got a couple minutes. We haven't really done this site, but just we've been mentioning it, but just for a visual.
Okay, guys, this is not a test. This is a tornado warning.
So that's usually a basement. If you have it, basement's always best. Green is good in this graphic, red is bad. A bathroom or a hallway, closet is maybe your next best bet if you don't have a basement apartment or a multi-floor building with the lowest floor possible. If you're in and around Kalamazoo,
I see lightning right now, guys.
Not technically under a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning here locally. However, the rain is definitely picking up, and we're going to see some prolific rain and lightning with these storms as well. And that's just your refresher on the tornado safe place. Take tornado warning seriously. This is a day we only see a handful of days like this. We keep sort of ingredients here in West Michigan in a given season, so we might only see a day or two with this caliber.
Okay, guys, 11 o'clock. Transmission is at 11.
Really taking these storms seriously.
I am not going to risk right now.
I believe that is pointed off.
Okay, there is a tornado warning in Cass County, Michigan. We will stay on as long as we can stay on for. It is right now 10:20 p.m. Eastern Time. Our station is currently in Three Rivers, Michigan. At 11 o'clock, we are screwed. So at 10:30, which is almost right here, I will be heading downstairs in a few minutes. The feed will stay on as long as it can. The feed will stay on for. I cannot confirm or deny a tornado might hit this area at this time. If you live in Cass County, Michigan, take cover immediately. This is not a test. This is a tornado emergency. A tornado warning is near Edgeburg. This is. Okay, there's a tornado warning for bugs. Okay, Union, Michigan, Penn, Vandalia, Jones, Newburgh, Howard, Daly, Cassopolis, Williams, Vandalia.
Yep, and Vandalia and Diamond Lake on the southeastern side of Cassopolis. That's right on the trajectory. So Diamond Lake is right about here. This is tracking right for that area, eventually up in Vandalia, and tracking near M60, as Keith mentioned. The Dr. Lawless International Dark Sky Park, one of just a couple in the state of Michigan, by the way, not far from there too. So if you live near there, these are all areas you need to be in your tornado safe place, which we just went over. And eventually Jones, and I mentioned this a little bit earlier, with the Crane Pond State Game Area, will eventually, I think, get near that intersection of M60 and M40 as well, which is now, that would be kind of on the eastern half of Cass County. But we're going to continue to monitor this closely because, as Keith mentioned, on its current trajectory, especially if it starts to take a little bit of a northeasterly turn, that could even impact eventually the southern portion of Kalamazoo County as well. So, yes. And the storms, Keith, that have entered into the southwest, they have a little bit more of a tornado history to them, even more so than the storms that we've been tracking pretty much for the last 12 hours.
We got lightning, guys, here.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. One thing I do want to see, did they trim the watch? Okay, yeah, I was just going to mention that. So they have trimmed the watch. So if you're in Ottawa County, your threat is in essentially Kent County as well. You might still see some heavy rains and lightning. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and tornadoes is starting to be tapered off a little bit farther to the north and west. So just wanted to mention that. Yeah. Yeah, it is absolutely horrible. So So this is, I mean, I use the analogy, it's like the atmosphere's bringing that out. We have so much moisture in the lower atmosphere right now that these rain storms are just going to be prolific as far as the rainfall rates. We're probably talking about rainfall rates in excess of 1.5 to maybe 2 inches per hour. So they're not necessarily going to last that long for everybody, but you know, if this storm were to stay in one spot, it could produce over an inch of rain pretty efficiently, probably. I can even get us an idea of the rainfall right here, like right near our station, just to see rainfall rate about 1.5 inches. So that's strong. And that's enough where if it rains for about 15, 20 minutes, that's coming down quick enough where traditional trouble spots, you know, I was thinking of Howard Hill over here, and we have so many trouble spots in and around Kalamazoo, a lot of hills right near downtown. Those are the spots that could see some issues into the early overnight with these sort of storms. But yeah, low-lying spots near creeks and streams, and then urban areas with poor drainage. Just think if you have a spot on that road that you drive by all the time, it's always flooded. That's the sort of spots we're talking about.
Yeah, and so remember that we were waiting that we come on to do is spreading our accidentally do it. Out of the
Yeah, that kind of caught my eye. I just wanted to see if that has any. Yeah, I saw kind of that hook shape. I think that was more fluky than anything. I'm not seeing anything jumping off the page in terms of velocity, but that just caught my eye. So I wanted to make sure, kind of on the north and northeastern part of Marshall, that we weren't dealing with anything trying to spin up. But right now, so we still have the one tornado warning that has not been extended technically in the Lansing. So they're likely to drop that one soon. So I'm a little less concerned with that for Eaton County. But our attention is now going to shift to this warning that's eventually going to likely, I think, if this holds its strength as it is right now, we're likely, at the very least, see a severe thunderstorm warning extended farther east. But I think we could see another tornado warning here rolled out here shortly. The other thing, too, this is kind of getting a little bit more organized, too, in portions of Erie County, out towards, say, Mattawa. So still some potential for strong winds. We might even see an additional warning issued a little farther north as well.
And we do have some reports here coming in. This is a tree down that is over 21st Street, which is west of us. So a lot of people right now. So tree down, this is 21st Street. This is west of sea level, so those signs again further. Report we hope some for Alvin, so tree down power line from Alvin to south of the city. This again created a walking road from 21st Street. That's not silly. It's a reminder of it again. No, that it's not silly. It's dark. It's important to know that it's dark. So you can't see anything.
Something near Montville. Okay, we might be going to.
There is still some damage going on. Some damage going on.
Yeah.
Okay, we might be going downstairs soon. If you're watching this stage, we'll be going off in about 5 seconds.
You know, if
We
you're
got
in this
30 minutes before we have to go
area,
downstairs.
You know, take that seriously. Don't be trying to drive through that. This is a really strong line of storms, and it has that kind of history of some rotation with it. So we're monitoring that really closely. We're gonna have to kind of continue to X-ray that storm, if you will, for the next maybe 20 to 30 minutes at the very least. And as long as that still is showing that contrast of motion, we still have to monitor for that potential for a short-lived, potentially tornado. So, yeah, let's take a little bit of a closer look.
Carasopolis.
Yep, just south of Carasopolis, and then eventually into Vandalia. I will say, it doesn't look quite as isolated, that little area of spin. It's starting to get a little bit more muddy, which is a good thing. We're certainly never cheering for storms. Always something to fall apart. However, this little interaction right there between some opposing conditions, basically is right along that leading edge. We've got a monitor. There's just some spin up style tornadoes. But yeah, it's not looking quite as tight as it was even just 10, 15 minutes ago. It's when this tornado finished.
They will be by the way, in short, what happens
Speaking of quiet, the rain just stopped. It was like a switch just got flipped off in our studio. That was funny. Right when you said that. So yeah, some very heavy rain though noted up into Van Buren County. Right now, this storm that's over Paw Paw, for example, tracking through the eastern half of Van Buren County. I just wanted to look at that as far as radar is concerned in terms of wind speed, and it's not necessarily jumping off the page as far as severe threats. So that is good. We'll continue to watch that. Sometimes
There's some lightning.
as these storms start to kind of fall apart, we can start to see downburst style winds, so a surging of rain cooled air out ahead of the storm. So I'm monitoring for that just in case, and I was trying to get an idea of radar estimated wind speeds. Give me just a second, but
before you do that,
yeah, still some. I mean, yeah, the velocity of 60 miles per hour in Cass County. That's why we have a warning versus say 50. That's just south of Paw Paw. So that would be like approaching the Paw Paw area, for example, into eventually Matawan. Still some 50 mile per hour winds. While that does have a warning, they might be considering it, and at the very least, I mean, a 50 mile per hour wind is still enough to blow some things around. So we want you to definitely not be outside and taking these storms and just being inside away from windows, and preferably like in an interior if you can.
Yeah, and power outage updates, understanding from the power in the area now, 19,000.
Wow.
And just in the power in the area, 19,000.
Mm-hmm.
But there's certainly very strong winds there from southern and southeastern. So now, manifesting in power out 18,000.
Yeah, it was just east of Caledonia, if we're getting specific. That's where they mentioned a possible tornado debris signature. What that means is the radar was detecting possible debris getting wafted into the air. So that was close to like a confirmation based on just radar data that we can sometimes get of a tornado on the ground. We might not have that ground truth of spotters or law enforcement someone actually observing the tornado. So that would be the most convincing area that we possibly have a tornado tonight, and I believe that's where Ava Ray is headed now to try and get those reports, of course, as you mentioned, deep damage. But now the storm off to the southwest, we're going to have to monitor here very closely, as again, it's approaching St. Joseph County. It is, like I said, not quite as tight of rotation as what we saw a little bit earlier with this, which is a good thing. However, near Caledon, this could certainly start to tighten up out towards Porter, Newberry, right at that intersection of M60 and M40, which is right here.
That's Jones.
That's kind of where this is heading. And so, at the very least,
That's 10 miles from the studio. We're going to
watch for any sort of rotation trying to form as well.
About where the southern end of this, it's still quite active.
I'm going downstairs in about. We're going downstairs soon.
That's not for us. I'm going to bring that up. It's safe. These are still quite active, even though the focus, let's say, in I-96, moving down toward I-94, that was the focus a little bit ago. Now that's shifted up to the east, but as Will had said, now really.
Yeah, and what's interesting, Keith, is behind that main line of storms that's now pushed through the water, there's still another kind of pocket of really strong rain lightning, and maybe some gusty winds too. Although traditionally we would expect this main front, the front edge of these storms to be the most impressive from a wind threat. But we'll have to watch that as well. It looks like it's maybe weakening somewhat outward Bend Harbor. What I will say, I think South Haven, you're in the clear as far as severe weather is concerned. Allegheny County, you're now in the clear. As we continue to march off to the east within the next hour or two, hopefully we'll be able to get that all clear. But it's really this southeastern corner of our viewing area that's been untouched by severe storms so far that you still need to be really on guard because this is starting to look a little bit more organized as the line comes together.
Yeah, an update on that tornado warning. Now near Casablanca, 10 miles north of Science, the lake is still radar indicated. But again, that is just an update here. This continues from the east and outward. The National Weather Service hasn't sent any reason yet to say downgrade this or to perhaps maybe lower your guard. This is still a radar indicated tornado that is now near the south. This is going to continue to move to the east. So this is going to be at 462, running right along in 60. So 60 and 62 in that area. As a little bit to Newburgh, a little bit ago, the southwest there, one is still in the 30s, so little has changed. And that's really, that's the update from the National Weather Service on the video line.
Yep.
That little has changed.
Ooh, we got a lightning strike.
Now, focus is moving east and the southwest. It is still very much possible to be some.
Yeah, for sure. And there's a little bit more of wind surging out now. You can kind of see this little, almost like C shape, backward C shape right there on radar just south of Calvin. So that's the area that we're going to have to watch. And this is, very typical of these sort of setups. You see an area of rotation trying to get its act together. It'll sometimes fizzle out, and then upstream, just a few minutes later, we'll see another area trying to tighten up. And that's kind of what we're starting to see, the early signs right here in Calvin, south of M60, and then eventually pushing off towards, say, Newburgh and that intersection we were mentioning, M40 and M60. But what I'm talking about is right here, and then pushing off towards that direction. So again, we're just waiting to see if they'll extend these warnings into into St. Joseph County, and eventually out towards Fabius and the Three Rivers area.
Fabius is where Menards is, and Albies is at. I might not be working tomorrow. Ooh, it's on the line.
Looks like Marcellus. There's some interaction of some interesting opposing winds that kind of caught my eye there. It's not like a classic little radar signature or anything like that, but they still have to monitor that. Still, it's looking a little bit more messy as far as that leading edge. You start seeing these little areas kind of sticking out from the leading edge. Oftentimes that might inhibit a possible tornado because that's going to kind of send some rain cool there out ahead of the more organized line. However, we still need to monitor this very, very closely. As mentioned, we still have this tornado warning. We'll see if they extend it. And that tornado warning goes until 11 p.m. and it will be pushing out of Cass County here fairly shortly. But, actually that area of rotation is actually a little south of what I was just mentioning, I believe. So, yeah, still very much could be south of Calvin. It's like southeast of Calvin and approaching Porter, Williamsville. We're talking about this area. Mm-hmm. Yes, exactly. Thank you for the mention of some of the roads, Keith. So we're just kind of waiting just to see if that gets extended. I also would say, still some 50 plus mile per hour winds going to advance across 131 right now. Schoolcraft up in the Portage and then eventually Kalamazoo. This doesn't have a super thunderstorm warning on it, but I was registering on the radar, still some gusts 45 to 50 miles an hour. So that's still enough. You could see some isolated outages there, but not quite as potent as the storms that were rolling their way through a little farther north.
Anything else, the national
Yeah, this would be right near Birch Lake as just one example, and then eventually Bear Lake. There's Bear Lake Bible Camp as well. I want to mention that. These are just some locations kind of in the path of this path.
Lake, I know what that is. That's like
going to push up towards
11
the
it's not far from
Jones
here.
area too, which Jones is right at this intersection of M40 and M60 in Cass County. And eventually, M60 leads into Three Rivers, as we know. M60 was our reference point for the March 6th tornado, the EF2 tornado that eventually pushed into Three Rivers. You know, it almost paralleled M60 for a lot of its life. And that's, by the way, just by coincidence. Storms don't pick and choose which highways they like, although sometimes we create those kind of myths in our head. But yeah, there is definitely something worth monitoring here. Just southwest of Williamsville, it's maybe starting to tighten up a little bit yet again. We still don't have any confirmation of a tornado on the ground with this storm. We want to make that clear. This is still radar indicated rotation, and still some very prolific lightning as well with these storms too, which I was gonna just switch over just to get an idea of the lightning counter again, because that was pretty remarkable. I think on a handful of occasions I've seen lightning in the still our viewing area upwards of 1,000.
Yeah, they got 19 minutes left.
Because some of these storms are pushing out to the east, but we're still talking about near 1,000. It just updated. Oh, it's still up there. There we go. I think it takes a second once I zoom out. There's just so many. But anyways, there's a lot of lightning to be had, and so we want you, if nothing else, even once these wind gusts really go through, you need to wait out the lightning. There's a lot of times that lightning. It's just like
19 minutes, guys, before I figure out what I'm doing.
this is still some really heavy rain. Actually, Three Rivers up in Schoolcraft County, with Portage, for example, heavy rain is headed your way. Not underestimate thunderstorm warning is held. So we just have this one tornado warning down in Cass County, and we're still just waiting just to see if the National Weather Service does go ahead and extend that. That's a kind of interesting shape there going on, Keith, just east or just west of Porter. And that would be the area of interest. It's definitely getting a little bit tighter. Basically, the more narrow we see those greens and reds together, you can talk about broad rotation, and then when it's starting to really tighten up, you start to get a little bit more concerned. So that's what we're seeing right there. The same location we were just hitting, but Williamsville up into Jones, and eventually along the M60. That's the area of interest. And I'll put a track on this. We did this a little bit earlier, but just to get a refresher in case we can update the timing. And this might even be a slightly different area of rotation. This has been somewhat cycling, but this is tracking essentially east-northeast at about 30 miles per hour. So we're just minutes away at about 11 or 10:46. Maybe it's out a little bit closer to 11:01. Maybe it's not technically under that tornado warning just yet. We'll see if it gets extended from the east. You can see Three Rivers close to about 11:12. So that's kind of the timing of when the leading edge will eventually work its way in. You might even see on the north part of Three Rivers some storms out ahead of that as well.
Yeah. It's raining now. It's raining now here in 3 hours. It's raining now. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Yep, so new tornado warning is what we talked about kind of waiting on. So St. Joesph County, and this includes all of St. Joesph County.
The National Weather Service Bureau of Indiana has issued a tornado warning for Eastern Cass County in southwestern Michigan, St. Joseph County in southwestern Michigan until 11:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 10:42 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, severe thunderstorms capable of producing a tornado
warning, tornado warning. I'm going downstairs. See ya. Tornado warning, tornado warning, tornado warning. I'm going downstairs right now. Nice on you guys, but I'm going downstairs. See ya.
Yep. Yeah, and Keith, the other thing worth mentioning, so that's why the timing that we just went over, if you notice, that was a little earlier than the timing. So the reason for that is this new warning now has the trajectory east at 45. And so I want to put a new track on this. Northeast. Let me ignore that 1 second. I got to zoom out a little bit. They're moving at a decent pace. But I just want to give an updated look at the timing of things, just because I don't want people I want to get the latest information. So at about 45, moving east northeast. Let's see. So that would, yeah, Three Rivers, a little bit, just a few minutes from now, within the next 5 minutes. So this is the time to act to get to your tornado safe place. That's the lowest floor of your home, most interior room, putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Constantine, for example, at 11:54, based on our trajectory, not 10:54, not 11, and then 11:03 for Ottawa. Sherman at 11:09. Sturgis closer to about 11:15. But we're going to continue to monitor that main area of rotation that I saw, which was not far from Williamsville, and advancing right along M60. We'll see if the radar signature with this is still prevalent. And I would say just north of Porter there, and advancing near M40. That's where we're kind of talking about some possible spin.
We're up and down.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. Yeah, and then Fabius, as mentioned, tracking up M60 towards Three Rivers, eventually crossing over the St. Joseph River. Quarry Lake is there as well. Just a few lakes to mention. So. Wow. So we're talking about this cell down here. Yeah, and there's so much lightning. You can almost off the lightning. There's a lot going on. You have this main leading edge pushing into St. Joseph County. Still some very heavy rain ongoing yet again in Kalamazoo, but nothing severe warned right now. So no immediate lightning.
Hello? Yeah, Mom doesn't care, but I'm going downstairs right now. Yeah, we're in a tornado warning, so I'm going downstairs right now. I know the warning just went off. The railroaders just started squealing. Yeah, I'm. Yes, lightning, no rain. Yeah, I'm in the basement right now. No rain, just lightning. I'm downstairs right now.
Okay, because it's raining and lightning here. Expecting it to go out anytime. You didn't have the TV on though, huh?
Oh, TV's on. I have the TV on. I didn't turn it off.
Yeah.
I just went downstairs.
Yeah, that's good. That's why I called. I figured you was up.
Yeah.
And it said it was headed your way.
Yeah, they issued a warning for us, and yeah, I've been doing a live stream for over almost 5 hours now, keeping an eye on this storm.
Yeah, did you get the Kimmy's sleep?
No.
Yeah. Well, you should have unplugged a lot of stuff in your room.
I did.
Yeah, okay.
I unplugged the porn stuff. I unplugged the port. I've unplugged certain things, but yeah, I got a camera on me, and that's it.
Yeah, I don't know if you keep your jack plugged in on your phone and all your computer stuff.
Oh, that's all unplugged.
Okay, because you'll lose it if it surges.
Yeah, well, I unplugged everything. Anything, yeah, the only still plugged into the TV. Everything else is already unplugged.
So you tried to get up your mom, and she said, "Leave me alone," right?
Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's got to go to work, so.
So do I. I work tomorrow as well.
Yeah. So you got to make what do you take downstairs with you?
A camera, a radio, and two lanterns and some pillows.
And some pillows?
Yeah.
What do you use the pillows for? What do you got down there? I don't know what you got downstairs. I was just telling Papa.
Some pillows, a couch, some pillows, and some water.
Yeah. Well, I just told him that that he's got to check it and take us something down. You know.
Yeah.
Chairs down there, but you do need a blanket and probably pillows, huh?
I got pillows down here. The blanket, I can get that. I got tons of sheets down here.
Yeah. But that has to be shaken off once in a while. That couch is probably dusty, huh?
No.
Oh, it is too.
No, I usually keep it. Usually has junk on it. Ooh.
Okay.
Ooh.
Yeah.
No, light is flat. I said so. Oh. Lights are flashing.
How can you have no windows downstairs?
Right.
So how can you see it?
See what?
See the lightning and everything.
I just came downstairs.
Yeah, you're supposed to be downstairs. You told me you went downstairs. How do you see the lightning?
I was upstairs earlier getting stuff around. I saw lightning.
Yeah, well, I don't see how you can see lightning if you have no windows in the basement.
Right. I do have a way to see the back door though.
Yeah.
Yeah, and right now the lights are flickering right now, so I'm going to get a lantern and put it next to my leg now.
Yeah. Well, what does that lantern do? Work on a battery?
Yeah, on like three AAA batteries, and they're real three AA batteries, and they're real bright.
Yeah, Mike. Oh yeah. You went outside? Oh.
So yeah.
He went outside to get the flashlight going, and you can see it flickering. Well, all right.
Yeah, I might lose power soon.
It's in Grange County.
Yeah, well, remember, I'm in St. Joseph County, Michigan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got batteries, got my phone, got a camera with me.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Confirmed tornado on the ground. They say it's hard. People's reported them, but because it's nighttime, it's hard to go by it.
Right.
That damn radar should better have it. But just called because they said it was headed that way, and it's telling how many miles an hour it's going.
Yeah, when it says Jones, Michigan, I take a look at it because that's only 10 miles from the house.
Yeah.
And that's how the last tornado happened 3 months ago.
Right. Well, it says it's moving very slow, so it gives you time to get down in the basement.
Well, I'm already in the basement, and I got everything I need.
Michael, I told you to take something down there, so we got it. Water and stuff. Where's it at, Mike? It said a tornado confirmed. Where at? Okay. All right, I'll talk to you later. Don't be running back and forth.
I'm staying down here until further notice.
Yeah, your ma just told you to leave her alone, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. right, if I'm able to call, or you are, or something, give a call.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay down here. I'm gonna stay down here until I don't know how long we'll stay down here for, but I'll stay down here for a little bit.
Yeah. Well, right now, it's picking up. That's what I called for.
Okay.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Okay, we're just gonna stay down here for a little bit. Lights were flickering. We still got electricity, so we are still good. So yeah, there is a tornado warning. Here in here's just a county. We're gonna stay down here till further notice. I mean, we're staying on, but yeah, we're gonna stay down here for a little bit. So we're staying down here until further notice. But yeah, we're staying down here until 11:30. So we're gonna stay down here for a little bit. But yeah. We're fucked. We're fucked. I went upstairs for a second, and I saw they're showing Grays in town. So we. If we lose power, I'm sorry in advance. We might lose power soon. It's windy out there. Maybe a tornado right outside this house. I hear wind. It's something getting rain. I think it might be a tornado outside this house. I really do. I think we might. There might be a tornado, guys, outside this house. Sounds like a train outside. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah. I am. I do think we might lose power soon. I lose power. Sorry, Vince. Lights just flickered. So this might be the end of the channel for a while. If you guys are wondering, we still are right now filming on a camcorder. So yeah, we're still live. We're not going anywhere right now, guys. If we lose power, sorry in advance, but yeah, I'm not going anywhere. You're in a mog. You're 0.7, okay. 5 is weaker. It's weird. Compared to 5, okay. 5 is weaker than, than 27. It's like, no, how am I still getting broadcasting if I'm still here? I'm glad I'm staying down here for a little longer. Okay. Okay. Okay, guys. We're done. We're good. Tornado has passed. We're good, and we're done. We're done. Thanks for watching.